I have thought many times about where to begin this account, and I always come back to the same place. The flat in Shepherd's Bush on a Tuesday in February, with rain coming sideways off the Uxbridge Road and a cup of tea growing cold on the windowsill beside me. I was 26 years old. I had been in England for 4 years, first as a student, and then by means I will describe in their proper place as something less easily named. I was not quite settled and not quite lost. I was reading a letter from my mother that had arrived that morning, forwarded on from my previous address in a handwriting I did not recognise. Some kindness from a neighbour who had kept track of me. My mother's letters always arrived like this, slightly delayed, slightly battered, as though they had been arguing with the journey. This one was no different except in what it contained. She had found a husband for me. His name was Tariq Mansour. He was 34 years old, the son of a family my parents had known since before I was born. He had a good position, she wrote, with a shipping firm in Alexandria. He was a serious man, a man of faith, a man who would provide well. She did not ask whether I was willing. She did not say, as she sometimes did in smaller matters, that of course I must do as I wished. She wrote it the way she wrote about things that were already decided. The repair of the roof, the sale of my grandmother's house, the price of things. It was information, not a question. I set the letter down and looked out of the window at the rain. I want to be careful here. I do not want to tell this story in a way that makes my mother sound cruel, because she was not. She loved me thoroughly in the way she had been taught to love, which meant wanting for me what she understood to be good. A husband, a home, a position in the world that made sense to the people around her. She was not trying to diminish me. She was trying, in her way, to protect me from the particular kind of loneliness that she understood. The loneliness of a woman alone, past a certain age, in a country that had never quite agreed on what to do with her. She did not know about the other thing. She could not have known. And I had not told her. I had not told anyone except my Aunt Mariam, and Mariam had told me nothing in return except to sit very still in her chair and look at her hands for a long time, and then to say, "I know." That conversation had taken place 8 months earlier, in a different city, on a different kind of afternoon. I will come to it. It is, in a way, the true beginning of everything. But on that Tuesday in February, with my mother's letter on the table and the tea going cold, I was still some distance from knowing what I was, or what I was becoming, or what the word for it might be. What I knew was this. I had been reading a book that did not belong to me. I had been reading it in secret, the way you read something that you are not sure you have the right to read, holding the pages at an angle as if someone might look over your shoulder at any moment. The book was a Bible, and it had been left in my room by the previous tenant, a small, green-covered New Testament with a cracked spine and pencil marks in the margins that were not mine. I had found it on the shelf behind a row of paperbacks and had picked it up with the same idle curiosity with which you pick up any book that someone else has left behind. I had not expected to keep reading, but I had kept reading. I am aware of how this sounds. I am aware that there is a version of this story that is very simple. A girl far from home, lonely, suggestible, reaching for comfort in the pages of the nearest available text. I spent a long time telling myself that version. It was a useful version because it was dismissible. If what I was experiencing was only loneliness, only the particular softening that distance brings to the mind, then it would pass. I would go back to Egypt, I would marry Tariq Mansour, I would return to myself. The trouble was that the more I read, the less it felt like loneliness. It felt, if I am honest, and the whole purpose of writing this is to be honest, like recognition. Like reading something I had always known but had never found the words for. Like coming into a room you have never been in before and finding that it contains all your furniture. I put my mother's letter in the drawer and I did not answer it that day. I made a fresh cup of tea and I sat back down by the window and I picked up the Green New Testament and I read for another hour with the rain coming down and the street below going about its Tuesday business. And I felt something that I could not name, but that I was already beginning to understand I could not ignore. Let me tell you about the flat first, because place matters in a story of this kind, and because the flat itself was a kind of character. It was on the 3rd floor of a Victorian terrace, the kind of building that London is full of and that tourists photograph without knowing what they are looking at. From the front, it looked serious and well maintained, with a black door and a tiled path. Inside, it was divided into 5 separate flats, each one slightly different from the others, as if the building had made different accommodations for each of its inhabitants over the years. Mine was at the back, overlooking a narrow garden that nobody used, with a kitchen that had been fitted in the 1980s, and a bathroom that made a sound like a ship in a storm whenever the hot water came on. I had taken the flat because it was the cheapest thing I could find at short notice, and because the woman who rented it to me, Mrs. Okonkwo, had not asked too many questions. She was a large, composed woman from Lagos who managed 4 properties in the area and had been managing them long enough to have developed a professional incuriosity about her tenants. She collected the rent on the 1st of each month, kept the boiler running and asked nothing else. I was grateful for this. I was in a period of my life when I did not want to be known too thoroughly. I had 2 windows in the main room. The front window looked over the street and the rain and the passing buses. The back window looked over the garden, and beyond the garden, the rear of the next row of houses, where in the evenings I could see the lit rectangles of other people's lives. A family eating dinner, a man watching television, a woman moving back and forth across her kitchen as if she were practicing something. I spent a great deal of time at the back window. There is something restful about watching lives that make no demands on you. I was working at the time as an administrator for a small medical research charity near Hammersmith. It was not the work I had imagined for myself when I came to England. I had come on a scholarship to study translation studies at the University of London, and I had done well enough in my first 2 years. And then, in my 3rd year, something had shifted. Or rather, several things had shifted at once, in the way that several things tend to when the ground has been quietly moving beneath you for some time. I had deferred my final year. I had taken the job at the charity because it paid enough and asked little. I had moved into the flat on Shepherd's Bush Road and had begun, slowly, to work out what I thought and who I was. My colleagues at the charity were pleasant, in the way that British colleagues tend to be pleasant. Consistently, moderately, with a quality of warmth that is entirely genuine and entirely bounded. There was a woman called Helen who sat at the desk next to mine and who brought in biscuits on Fridays, and who had, over the course of several months, become the closest thing I had in London to a friend. She was from Shropshire, in her late 30s, divorced, with a daughter she collected from school each evening, and whom she spoke about with a mixture of exhaustion and absolute devotion that I found very moving. She was a churchgoer, something she mentioned without particular emphasis, the way you mention that you walk to work or prefer tea to coffee. It was a fact about her, unremarkable to her, and she did not press it on anyone. It was Helen who had first mentioned, very quietly, one afternoon when I was sitting at my desk looking at nothing in particular, that there was a lunchtime Bible study group at a church nearby, and that it was open to everyone, and that she went sometimes, and that I was welcome to come if I ever wanted company at lunchtime. I said thank you and thought nothing more of it. That was in October. By February, when my mother's letter arrived, I had not yet gone. but I had thought about it more than I had expected to. I should say something about my faith before I explain what was happening to it. I was raised Muslim in the way that most people in my family and neighbourhood were raised Muslim, thoroughly and without great self-consciousness. Islam was not a thing we discussed or decided about. It was the shape of the day, the rhythm of the week, the grammar of how we understood ourselves and our obligations to each other and to God. My father prayed 5 times a day without fail. My mother fasted in Ramadan with a rigour that I admired and tried to match. My brother Karim, 3 years younger than me, had memorised considerable portions of the Quran before he was 12, and wore this achievement lightly, as he wore most things. I prayed, I fasted, I observed. I did not, I think, love God with the particular quality of love that my father had, that settled undemonstrative certainty. But I believed, or I believed in believing, which at the time felt like the same thing. What had shifted gradually over the course of years and then more quickly in the years I spent in London was not doubt exactly. It was something more like restlessness, a sense that the form of my faith was intact, but that something at the centre of it had grown very quiet, very still, in a way that I could not account for. I would pray and the words would be correct and the movements would be correct, and I would finish and feel as if I had been to a great deal of trouble for something that was no longer quite there. I do not know how else to say it. I have tried many times to describe it precisely, and I always fall short. It was not absence, not exactly. It was more like distance. I did not tell my family this. I would not have known how. In our household, faith was not something you narrated from the inside, tracking its fluctuations the way you track a temperature. It was something you did. The doing was the believing. I understood that. But I also understood, alone in the flat on Shepherd's Bush Road, with the rain on the windows and the green New Testament on the shelf, that I had been doing the doing for some years, while the believing had been quietly drifting away from me, and that I did not know how to call it back. What I did not yet know, in February, was whether the green New Testament was part of the answer to that problem, or a different problem of its own. There are people in a family who occupy a position that is never quite named, but that everyone understands. My aunt Mariam was one of these people. She was my father's younger sister, 15 years younger than him, which made her 41 when I was born and 57 now. She had never married, which in our family was treated as a biographical fact, requiring no comment in her presence and considerable comment in her absence. She lived in a flat in Heliopolis in Cairo, which she had owned outright since the death of my grandmother, and which she had furnished and arranged with the precise, unapologetic individuality of a woman who has long since stopped accommodating other people's opinions about her living space. She worked as a translator, Arabic, French, and English, for a firm that handled contracts between Egyptian construction companies and their European partners. This gave her a life that moved between languages without settling too comfortably in any of them, which I think suited her. She was a reader, a smoker, a baker of excellent bread. She had strong views on most subjects and expressed them with a quiet directness that some people found alarming, and that I had loved since I was old enough to have a conversation with her. My aunt was also, as I will explain, a Christian. She had been a Christian for 11 years by the time I arrived in London. She had not, in those 11 years, told anyone in the family except my grandmother, who had died 2 years after the conversation and had taken it with her, as far as anyone could tell, into the grave. I found out by accident. Or not quite by accident. By that particular combination of proximity and attention that sometimes produces knowledge you were not seeking. I had gone to stay with her in Cairo for a week in the summer, before my final year of university was deferred. I was in a state that I now understand better than I did then. Restless, unsettled, carrying questions I did not have the vocabulary for. I was sleeping badly and reading a great deal and spending long evenings on her balcony while she smoked, and we talked about everything except the things I most needed to talk about. On the fourth evening, I went into her study to look for a book she had recommended, and on the shelf among the dictionaries and the translation theory and the Arabic poetry, I found a Bible. Not one Bible, several. A large Arabic Bible with a worn cover, a French one, an English one in a translation I did not recognize. Beside them, a book called The Cost of Discipleship, and another called Mere Christianity, and several others whose spines I read without yet understanding what they told me. I stood in the study for a long time. Then I went back onto the balcony and sat down. She was watching me. I said, "Aunt Mariam, are you a Christian?" She looked at the end of her cigarette for a moment. Then she said, "Yes." We sat with this for a while. The street below was noisy in the way that Cairo streets are always noisy at 10 o'clock in the evening. A cat on the neighbouring roof walked the length of its territory and back. I said, "Since when?" She said, 11 years. I said, "Does anyone know?" She said, "Your grandmother knew." I told her 3 years before she died. She was not pleased. She was also, by the end, not unreconciled. I think she loved me enough to hold both things at once, which is more than most people manage. I asked her to tell me how it had happened. She was quiet for a while, and I thought perhaps she would not. But then she began, in that careful, precise way she had with everything, to tell me. She had been in her late 30s, she said. She had been going through what she called, without dramatising it, a very difficult period. She did not specify what kind of difficult, and I did not ask, though I gathered from the shape of what she said that it involved a grief of some kind, a loss that had left her with the sense that the ground she had been standing on had turned out to be of a different quality than she had believed. She had always been a believer, she said, in the way that our family was full of believers, dutiful, observant, going through the motions, with varying degrees of conviction. But in this difficult period, the motions had felt very empty, and she had been sitting with that emptiness and not knowing what to do with it. A colleague at the translation firm, a Coptic Christian, a woman called Samira, had become her friend over several years. They ate lunch together, worked late together, complained about the same clients. Samira had never once spoken to my aunt about faith or religion or God. And then one day, during a lunch that my aunt described as entirely ordinary, she had mentioned, in passing, that she was going to a prayer meeting that evening at her church, and that she found it very sustaining, and that she was welcome to come along if she ever wanted to. My aunt had said thank you. She had thought about it for 2 weeks, and then she had gone. She described the church with great care, a Coptic church in a part of Cairo I knew, modest, a little dark inside, smelling of incense and old wood. She had sat at the back and understood very little of what was happening, and the prayer meeting had run long, and by the time she came out it was nearly 11 o'clock, and she had been standing on the pavement outside, thinking that she ought to feel that she had wasted her evening. Instead, she had felt, she said, very peculiarly as if she had been in the right place. She had gone back, and then again. She had borrowed books from Samira and read them carefully, in the way she read everything, making notes in the margins. She had asked questions, and Samira had answered them, and the answers had led to more questions. And over the course of a year that felt to her both very long and very short, she had arrived at a point where she understood that what she had found was not a curiosity or a distraction, but a conviction, and that the conviction was not going away. She had been received quietly, without ceremony, by the priest at Samira's church. She told almost no one. She continued, for the sake of the family, to observe the outward forms of her old life when she was among them. She did not consider this hypocrisy, she said, but rather a particular kind of mercy. The mercy of not causing pain before the people who loved her had been given time to understand. I asked her, there on the balcony with the Cairo evening going on below us, whether she had been happy since. She considered this for longer than I expected. Then she said, I have been more honest. I find that this feels better than happy most of the time, though sometimes it is also happy. I went to bed that night with a great deal to think about, and I thought about it, carefully and at length, for the rest of that week and for many months after I returned to London. And in February, when I found myself alone with my mother's letter and the Green New Testament, I picked up my phone and sent my aunt a message, which said only, I need to talk to you. Is that all right? She replied within the hour. Of course. Call me whenever you are ready. I answered my mother's letter on a Thursday, 4 days after it arrived. I spent those 4 days composing the answer in my head, drafting sentences and abandoning them, trying to find language that was honest without being unkind, that bought time without making promises I was not prepared to keep. In the end, I wrote something that was neither honest nor unkind, but rather careful in the way that a letter, written under conflicting pressures, is always careful. I told her I had received her news about Tariq Mansour with interest, that I was grateful she had thought of me, that I was currently in a period of great professional pressure. This was not entirely untrue. There was a funding report due at the charity, and that I hoped she would give me a little time to consider everything properly before expecting an answer. I told her I loved her. I told her I was well. I asked about Kareem and about the roof, which she had mentioned in a previous letter was in need of attention. I sealed the envelope and posted it on my way to work, and felt for the rest of the day the particular discomfort of someone who has done a right thing in the wrong way. The man I was being asked to marry. I want to be fair about Tariq Mansour, who did not know me and had not asked for my specific situation. He had, as my mother said, a good position. He was, by all accounts I later pieced together, a decent and serious man who wanted a wife and a family, and a life that made sense according to the logic he had been given. He was not a villain in this story. He was a figure in it, and the figure stood for something, but the something was not him. The something was the life that was being prepared for me, the shape I was being expected to fit, the future that everyone who loved me was confident was the right one. What I knew, sitting in the charity office with the funding report open on my screen and the rain still coming down outside, was that I could not fit that shape. Not because it was a bad shape, not because the man was wrong, but because the person I was becoming in that flat with that book, in those months of reading and thinking and sitting with questions I had not known I had, that person could not marry Tariq Mansour. Not in good faith. Not without a deception that would be worse than the disappointment of refusing. I had not told my mother the other thing. I am going to tell it here plainly, because to tell the story without it would be to tell it falsely. I had been, for the past year, going to church. Not every week, not at first. 3 times in October, once in November when I was ill, 4 times in December around Christmas, and then with increasing regularity in January and February. Helen had not pushed me or invited me again after that first mention in October. I had gone on my own to a different church than the one she attended, to a small Anglican church 2 streets from the flat that I had walked past many times, and into which I had finally, on a Sunday morning in October, when the door was open and the sound of singing was coming through it, walked. I had stood at the back. A woman with grey hair and a warm, unhurried face had given me a book and shown me where to find the right page. I had sat in a pew near the back and followed the service with the attentiveness of someone who is concentrating very hard on doing an unfamiliar thing correctly. I had not felt what I perhaps expected to feel: certainty, revelation, the sudden shift of a life going off in a new direction. I had felt instead a kind of quietness, as if someone had turned the volume down on something that had been playing too loudly for a long time. I had gone back. The church was called St. Andrew's, and the vicar was a man of about 60 called David Nichols, who preached with the careful simplicity of someone who has been preaching for long enough to have stopped trying to impress people. I did not know anyone there except to nod to for the first few months. I sat and listened and thought and prayed in a way that felt tentative and unformed, but also gradually less tentative. I was not baptized. I had not made any declaration or crossed any threshold that I could name. But I was, by February, in a relationship with the Christian faith that was no longer casual, and that I could no longer honestly describe as curiosity. And so, when I read my mother's letter and felt the shape of the life it was describing close around me, the first thing I felt, before the fear and before the grief that I knew was coming, was a very clear and simple sense that I could not go into that life. That to do so would be to go backwards into a version of myself I was already, irrevocably, beginning to leave. I called my Aunt Miriam on a Saturday morning when the flat was quiet and the street outside was doing the particular Saturday morning thing that London streets do, the slightly slower version of itself, the buses less frequent, a man below walking a dog with the easy patience of someone who has nowhere to be. She answered immediately, as if she had been waiting. Perhaps she had. Miriam had a quality of attentiveness that meant she was often a little ahead of you, meeting you slightly further along the conversation than you had expected to be. I told her about the letter. I told her about Tariq Mansour. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "And what do you want to do?" I said, "I cannot marry him. I am not able to." She asked why. I told her. I told her about the church, about the Green New Testament, about the 4 months of Sundays and the funding report, and Helen and the lunchtime Bible study I had finally begun attending in January. I told her about the quietness I had felt the first time I walked through the door of St. Andrew's, and how it had not gone away. She did not say anything for a while. I listened to the static of the international line, the distant sound of Cairo. Then she said, "How long have you known?" I said, "I am not sure I know yet. Not in the way you mean. I have not made any declaration. I do not know what I am exactly." She said, "You do not need to know exactly yet, but you know enough not to marry him." I said, "Yes." She said, "Then you must not marry him. Nadia, whatever else you are uncertain about, you must not do this marriage. A marriage entered in falsehood does harm that takes years to undo, if it can be undone. Your mother will be very hurt. The family will be," she paused and chose her word carefully, "difficult. But this is survivable. A dishonest marriage is much harder to survive." I said, "I know." She said, "Do you want to tell me more about the faith? About where you are?" I said, "I think so. I think I need to talk it through with someone who understands it from the inside." She said, "Then we have time. Tell me everything." And so I did. I sat on the floor of the flat in Shepherd's Bush with my back against the radiator and the phone warm against my ear, and I told my Aunt Miriam everything I had been reading and thinking and sitting with, all the questions and the half answers, and the moments of clarity and the longer stretches of confusion. I told her about the passages that had stopped me, the ones I had read 3 and 4 times, holding the page as if it might tell me something different if I held it long enough. I told her about the sermon I had heard in December, about the parable of the prodigal son, and how I had sat in the pew and felt as if someone were reading something I had written but forgotten. I told her about praying, about the new way of praying that I had begun to attempt, conversational and uncertain and without the right forms, and how it felt nothing like Salah, and also, unexpectedly, less empty. She listened to all of it. She asked careful questions. She told me things from her own experience that answered questions I had not yet thought to ask. We talked for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and when we rang off, I sat in the flat for a long time in the quiet and felt, not certainty, I was a long way from certainty, but something like companionship. The particular companionship of being understood by someone who has been somewhere similar and come through. March arrived, and with it a change in the quality of the light. This is one of the things about England that I had not expected and that I have never stopped noticing. The way the light shifts in March, the way the afternoons lengthen almost perceptibly day by day, as if someone were slowly turning up a dial. In Cairo, the light is always present, always insistent, hot and certain. In London, it arrives and departs like a shy visitor, and when it comes back after the winter, you notice it in a way you never would if it had never left. I noticed it that March with unusual attentiveness, because I was paying attention to things in a different way than I had before. I do not know precisely how to explain this, except to say that one of the changes I had noticed in myself over the preceding months was that the world had become more available to me, more present, as if a layer of gauze had been removed from between me and everything I looked at. I went to St. Andrew's every Sunday. I had started sitting a little further forward. I had spoken to David Nichols after the service. Once, briefly, a polite 5-minute conversation about nothing much that had nonetheless established a kind of mutual recognition that I felt as a small warmth for the rest of that day. I had begun going to the lunchtime Bible study with Helen, which met in the church hall of St. Peter's near the Charity, in a low-ceilinged room with a kettle and a circle of plastic chairs, and 8 or 9 people of various ages and backgrounds who read a passage each week and talked about it with a seriousness and an openness that I found both unusual and very welcome. I had also, that March, written back to my mother. The second letter was harder than the first. I told her that I could not accept the proposal from Tariq Mansour. I told her I was sorry to disappoint her. I told her that I hoped she would understand, in time, that I was not rejecting the care with which she had thought of me, only the particular thing she had chosen. I said nothing about the church. I was not ready to say that yet, not in a letter, not without being able to see her face and speak in response to it. My mother's reply came 3 weeks later. It was short and it was not warm. She said she did not understand me. She said she had spoken to my father, who was also very disappointed. She said that Tariq Mansour had been an excellent match and that I would not easily find another of the same quality. She said that she hoped I was not becoming strange. And then she said, which was the thing I kept returning to, that she prayed I knew what I was doing. I prayed, in my new, uncertain, conversational way, that I did too. Helen noticed something different about me in March, or rather, she had been noticing it for some time, and chose March to mention it. She said it without ceremony. One afternoon, when we were walking back from a lunch that had run slightly over time, and we were both moving quickly in the way you move, when you are late and know it, but cannot quite bring yourself to run. She said, "You seem different lately. Better, I think." more yourself. I said, I am not sure I know what myself is yet. She said, that's what I mean. You seem like someone who is starting to find out. I thought about this for some time after. Helen was perceptive in that low-key, unshowy way that some people are perceptive, where they see things accurately but do not perform the seeing. She had never asked me directly about my faith, or about my family, or about the Green New Testament, though I had mentioned it to her once, and she had received the mention with a nod that contained a great deal. She gave me space to be wherever I was without requiring me to explain it or name it, or be further along than I was. This was a kindness I did not have words for at the time. I have better words for it now. It was in the 3rd week of March that I first properly spoke to a man called Peter Osei at the Bible study group. He had been there before. He was one of the regulars. A Ghanaian man of about 40 who worked, I later learned, as a secondary school chemistry teacher, and who had a manner of engaging with a text that I found immediately interesting. Careful, precise, willing to sit with difficulty rather than resolve it too quickly. He did not speak more than others in the group, but when he did speak, it was usually the thing that changed the direction of the conversation. After the study that week, we were both waiting for the kettle, which was elderly and took a long time, and he asked me how I had found the session. It was not an empty question. He meant it technically. He wanted to know my response to the passage, which had been from John's Gospel, the conversation between Jesus and Nicodemus, and which had raised several questions in me that I had not yet found ways to ask. I said I had found it difficult in a way I had not expected, that the idea of being born again, which in certain forms of popular speech I had always associated with a kind of theatrical religious experience, seemed in the passage to mean something much more interior and quietly seismic than the phrase usually implied. He looked at me with a considerateness that I have come to associate with him. He said, yes, it is a much stranger and more particular thing than the phrase usually suggests. Nicodemus is a clever man, a man who knows things, and the conversation is partly about the way that what you already know can prevent you from understanding something that requires a different kind of knowing altogether. I said, that is exactly what I have been trying to articulate. He said, are you still finding your way into all of this? I said, yes, still quite early, I think. He said, there is no timetable. That is one of the things I have had to learn and keep relearning. We talked until the room was being tidied around us, and the kettle had long since boiled and been drunk, and the others had mostly gone. We talked about the passage and about faith and about the particular difficulty of coming to faith from a background where faith has always been a given, where the question has never been whether to believe, but only what, exactly, to do with the belief you were handed. Peter had come to Christianity from his own tradition, from a form of Christianity that was his family's, but that he had left and returned to, not unchanged, over the course of his 20s. He understood, in a way I found very useful, the difference between the faith you are given and the faith you arrive at, and the strange country that lies between them. I walked back to the flat that afternoon, feeling lighter than I had in some time. Not because anything had been resolved, very little was resolved, but because I had spoken honestly to someone who understood the territory, and there is always relief in that, whatever else is still uncertain. I had not been home to Egypt in 14 months when, in April, my brother Karim sent me a message saying that our father was unwell. He was not seriously unwell, Karim said. A chest complaint, being treated, nothing alarming. But my father was 67 and had never been easy about his health, and the family felt I should come home. Karim did not say it in those terms. Karim never said things like that directly. He said, Baba has been asking about you. He would like to see you. I booked a flight for the end of April, 2 weeks away, and spent those 2 weeks in a state of preparation that was not only practical. I sorted through the various truths about my life and tried to work out which ones I would carry with me, which I could set down temporarily, and which I could not set down at all without ceasing to be the person I was becoming. This is a calculation I have since learned that many people in my situation make, and the arithmetic is rarely clean. What I was carrying, the faith that was not yet fully formed but was real, taking up space, shaping the way I moved through each day. The church I attended, the study group, the conversations with Peter, which had continued over several more lunches, the letter I had sent declining Tariq Mansour, the knowledge that my mother was disappointed and my father did not yet know the full dimension of my refusal. What I could not carry with me, not yet, not into that particular context, the explicit acknowledgement of any of the above. I was not ready to say, on this visit, in the presence of a sick father and a hurt mother and the full weight of the family around me, I have become something different. I did not think I was strong enough yet. I did not think my faith was robust enough to hold up under that kind of immediate and intense scrutiny without breaking or bending in ways I might later regret. I told my Aunt Mariam I was going home. She said, "Do you want to see me while you are there?" I said, "Very much." She said, "Then come on the Thursday. I will make lunch and we can talk properly." She said this as if talking properly were entirely normal, entirely available, entirely unafraid of what it might uncover. This was one of the things I loved most about her. Cairo in late April. I have been away long enough over the years that arriving always has a quality of reassembly about it, as if the city puts me back together according to a pattern it has kept while I was gone. The heat, still moderate in April, still the kind you move through rather than struggle against. The noise of the airport, the taxi to my parents' apartment in Mahdi, the familiar, particular smell of the stairwell. My mother met me at the door. She held me for a long time without speaking. Whatever coolness was in her most recent letter did not survive the actual seeing of me. She was small, my mother smaller than I always expected, and she held me with the full, determined love of someone who loves you no matter what, and wishes you would stop making it complicated. My father was in the sitting room in his chair. He looked thinner. The chest complaint had left him with a slight hunch, a carefulness about breathing that I had not seen before. But his eyes were the same, dark and steady, and when I came into the room, he looked at me with that particular look he had always had, fond and assessing at once, as if he were checking that the person who had come back was still the person who had left. I sat with him for the rest of the afternoon, while my mother made dinner. We talked about ordinary things, my work, his health, the neighbourhood, a political development that he had been following with the interested scepticism he brought to all political developments. He did not mention Tariq Mansour. I did not either. The subject was in the room, but we were both, by tacit agreement, treating it as furniture rather than as a topic. My brother Karim arrived in the evening with his wife, Dahlia, a brisk and capable woman from Alexandria who was 8 months pregnant with their second child and who moved about the flat with the particular unstoppability of a woman who has decided that her pregnancy will not inconvenience anyone, including herself. I was glad to see them both. Karim and I had the easy, slightly competitive affection of siblings who spent their childhood arguing and have since, without quite discussing it, declared a permanent truce. He was teaching at a school in Mahdi, he told me, and he liked it well enough. Dahlia was working until the last possible moment. The first child, Yusuf, who was 3, had already been put to bed in the back room. We ate together, the 5 of us, at the table that had been in the same position in the same room since before I was born. The food was my mother's. Full mesdames, tamea, rice, a chicken that had been cooking since mid-afternoon. We talked and we laughed, and my father looked, for the first time since I had arrived, fully like himself. I watched the faces of my family in the lamplight and felt what I always feel in those moments. The deep, complicated love of someone who is also irreversibly leaving. Not leaving the people. Never that. But leaving the world that the people represented, the certainties they carried, the faith that was theirs. I loved them. I was leaving. Both things were true, and the space between them was where I had been living for some time. I went to see my Aunt Mariam on the Thursday. She opened the door before I knocked, which meant she had been watching from the window. This was entirely in keeping with her. She was wearing what she always wore when she was at home: dark trousers, a loose shirt, her hair pulled back. She looked well. She looked, I thought, like someone who had been settled in themselves for long enough that the settling had become structural. Her flat was as I remembered it, full of books, full of light from the large windows that looked over a courtyard with an old tree smelling of the bread she had been baking. On the bookshelf, the Bibles and the theology were still there. She had never hidden them. They were simply books on her shelf, as present and as unannounced as everything else. We ate lunch at the table by the window. She had made kashari, which she did very well, and a salad with good olive oil, and the bread from the morning, which was still slightly warm. We talked about small things for a while, comfortably, without hurry. This was her gift. She never rushed at the important thing. She let the meal be a meal, and the afternoon be an afternoon, and the important thing arrived in its own time. After we had cleared the table and she had made coffee, I told her everything that had happened since February. The letter, Tariq Mansour, my answer to my mother, the Bible study, the conversations with Peter, the Sundays at St. Andrew's, the sense I had of moving towards something I could not yet fully name. She listened with the concentrated attention she had always given me, the attention that said, I am hearing every word, not just the ones you are sure of. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, Tell me where the doubt is. I said, The doubt is about what I am doing to my family, not about the faith itself. The faith feels, she waited while I found the word, necessary. I do not know how else to say it. It feels like something I cannot go back from. But the family. She said, Yes. I said, How did you manage it? How do you manage it still? She took a sip of her coffee. She said, I do not manage it exactly. I hold it. There is a difference. Managing would mean resolving it, finding an arrangement that makes it comfortable. I do not think there is such an arrangement. Your family loves you, and your faith is going to, in some measure, divide you from them, and that grief is real and it does not resolve. What I have found is that it is possible to hold the grief without being destroyed by it, to keep loving them from the place you are rather than pretending to be the place they expect. I said, and the pretending. You observe with the family? She said, I do not eat pork, which is easy enough. I do not drink, which I was not doing anyway. When I am with the family for Ramadan, I sit at the table. I do not pretend to fast, but I do not make my not fasting a statement either. I try to love them as they are and to be present with them as they are, and I find that this is, mostly, enough to sustain the relationship, even though the thing that is at the centre of my life is not shared and is not understood. I said, Does it make you lonely? She said, Yes, but less lonely than the alternative. The alternative was living a whole life in a faith I had moved out of while going through the motions every day. That loneliness was much worse. It had no company at all. She poured more coffee. Outside, the tree in the courtyard was moving in a small wind. She said, "Nadia, what is it that you want from this conversation?" I said, "I suppose I want to know how to be honest. With myself, with the family, with God, and how to do it without destroying everything." She said, "Honesty and destruction are not the same thing, though they can arrive close together. The question is not how to be honest without consequence. The question is how to be honest with care, how to choose the moment and the manner, how to understand what must be said and what can wait and what for now needs to be held quietly while other things settle." She looked at me steadily. She said, "You are not at the point yet where you must say everything. You are at the point where you must stop going backwards. Stop considering the marriage. Stop presenting yourself to your family as someone you are no longer. Let them know, gradually, that you are different, without requiring that they immediately understand how different or why. This is not deception. This is mercy and also wisdom." I sat with this for a long time. The afternoon light was moving across the floor of the flat, in the way afternoon light moves when you are not in a hurry. I said, "I think I need to be baptized." She looked at me. I said, "I think that is where I am. I have been circling it for months. I am not circling it anymore." She smiled. It was a quiet smile, the smile of someone who has been waiting for something and is glad it has arrived. She said, "Then we should talk about that too." I went back to London in the first week of May. The visit had gone as such visits go: complicated, warm, inconclusive. My father was better. My mother was slightly warmer than her letter had suggested she would be, though the subject of Tariq Mansour sat in the flat with us like an uninvited presence, occupying a chair at every meal without being acknowledged. I had been careful and present and had loved them as well as I knew how to, and I had left with the grief of departure that always accompanies these visits, and with something else, a clarity about what I was going home to, and a sense of purpose in returning to it. The Sunday after I got back, I asked to speak to David Nichols. He met me in the small office behind the vestry, a room full of filing and a desk almost invisible under papers, and he listened to me with the unhurried attentiveness of a man who has heard a great many things in a great many small offices and has learned not to rush to the end of anyone's sentence. I told him where I was. I told him about the months of attending, the Bible study, my aunt, the visit to Cairo. I told him that I wanted to be baptized, and that I understood this was not a small thing, and that I was not arriving at it quickly or lightly. He asked me several questions, not interrogative ones, but genuine ones, the questions of a man who wants to understand rather than to assess. He asked about my background, about my family, about where I felt the faith to be in me. I tried to answer as honestly as I could, including the honesty of saying that I was not certain about everything, that there were things I did not yet understand, that my knowledge was incomplete, and my experience was still new. He said, certainty is not the requirement. The requirement is something more like direction, a sense of where you are facing, and a willingness to keep facing that way. I said that I have. He said, then we can begin a preparation course. There are several others who are preparing for baptism at the moment, so you would not be alone in it. We meet on alternate Saturdays. It takes about 3 months. At the end, if you are ready and willing, we baptize you at the Easter Vigil, or at another point in the year if that timing does not work. I said, that sounds exactly right. He said, there is one other thing I want to say, and I say it not to discourage you, but because it is important. You know your situation, your family, your background better than I do. What you are choosing carries real cost, and I do not want to pretend otherwise. The faith is real and the joy is real, but so is what it requires of you. I want to make sure you are entering this with your eyes open. I said, I am. My aunt has been very clear about what it requires. He nodded. He said, Good. Then you are not alone in understanding it, which matters. We shook hands. I walked out of the church into the May morning, the sun doing what May sun does in London when it decides to make an effort, and I stood on the pavement for a moment with my face turned up to it, and felt, beneath the fear and the grief and all the unmade conversations that I knew were coming, a very clear and simple gladness. The preparation course met on the 2nd and 4th Saturdays of each month, in the same church hall as the Bible study, with a different configuration of plastic chairs and a different quality of Saturday morning light. There were 5 of us preparing for baptism. Besides me, there was a young man called Marcus, who was in his early 20s and who had come to faith through a university chaplaincy, and who had the cheerful directness of someone in whom faith and personality had fused naturally without visible seam. There was a woman called Joyce, Jamaican-born in her 60s, who had been raised Christian and had spent 30 years away from the church and was, as she put it, coming home at last. There was a couple, married, in their 40s, called Richard and Fiona, who had come to faith together through a bereavement that they spoke of quietly and without self-pity, and that had evidently changed the way they understood everything. David led the sessions himself, with occasional contributions from one of the church's other ministers, a young woman called Sarah, who had a gift for theological precision that I found very useful. The sessions moved through the basic structure of Christian belief: the nature of God, the incarnation, the death and resurrection, the life of the Spirit, the church, the sacraments, prayer. Not as a catechism to be memorized, but as a territory to be walked through, with pauses at the places that were difficult and room for questions that did not have neat answers. I asked many questions. Some of them were questions I had been carrying for months. Some were new ones that emerged from the conversations, from the particular friction of thinking alongside other people. David and Sarah answered some of them and left others open with a candour that I appreciated. The candour of saying, when that was the honest answer, that this is one of those questions that the faith holds rather than resolves, that it lives within the mystery rather than closing it. The other 4 were kind to me in the way that people are kind when they are in proximity to something serious. They did not make much of my background, which I mentioned briefly in the first session, and then set aside. Marcus asked me, after the 3rd session, over the tea that followed each meeting, whether it was difficult coming from where I came from. I said, yes. He said, I respect that enormously, and then he moved on to asking me about something I had said about the incarnation, which I had found the most unexpected, and in some ways, the most compelling of all the things we had been discussing. What I had not expected about the incarnation, about the central Christian claim that God had entered the world in a particular body, in a particular place, at a particular moment in history, was how profoundly personal it felt. Not personal in the sense of touching my individual circumstances, but personal in the sense that it described a God who was not above the world, not at a remove from it, not accessible only through correct observance and correct form. A God who had come into the mess and confusion of an actual life, who had been cold and hungry and tired, who had had a mother and a hometown and people who misunderstood him, who had suffered. I had grown up with a God of great sovereignty and great distance, a God before whom the correct posture was submission. I did not think this was wrong. I still do not think it is wrong. but the God I was encountering in those Saturday morning sessions was something, I want to use the word exactly, nearer. Near in a way that did not diminish the sovereignty, but that brought it within reaching distance. And I found, to my continuing surprise, that this nearness did not feel like a reduction. It felt like the thing I had been missing without knowing I was missing it. I said this to Peter at one of our lunches, in my usual halting way, feeling for the right words. He listened carefully and said, "Yes, that is very close to what it is. The whole story is about distance and nearness, and the central event is about what it costs to close the distance." I thought about cost after that. I thought about it in relation to the faith and in relation to my family and in relation to Tariq Mansour and my mother's unanswered second letter and all the conversations that were still coming. I thought about what it cost the God of the Christian faith to close the distance. And I thought about what it would cost me. And I thought, if it is true, then the cost is the right price. If it is true, then nothing else follows logically except the paying of it. I was not fully sure yet that it was true, but I was sure that if it was, I would not be able to stand at the edge of it and merely observe. My mother wrote again in June. This letter was different from the first in its register. Less informational, more personal, with a quality of hurt in it that she did not usually allow herself in writing. She said that she had thought a great deal about my refusal of Tariq Mansour and that she could not understand it. She said she had spoken to my father, who was recovered now from his chest complaint, and who was also, though he expressed it more quietly, disappointed. She said, "You are 26 years old, Nadia. You are not in Egypt where people can see you and where things can be arranged. Every year that passes makes things more difficult. I only want what is good for you." I read this letter 4 times. I read it with the particular attention of someone reading something that is both true and not the whole truth. My mother did only want what was good for me. She was genuinely unable to understand, from where she was standing, how what was good for me could be different from what she imagined. This was not cruelty. This was the limit of the view from where she stood. I wrote back this time without waiting 4 days. I wrote back the same evening, at the kitchen table with a cup of tea going cold, in a way that seemed to be becoming a habit of my life in important moments. I told her that I understood her concern. I told her it came from love and that I received it as love. I told her that I was not indifferent to the question of marriage, that I hoped in time to have a family of my own. I told her that I could not accept this particular proposal because I was not in a position to be honest with this particular man, and that to enter a marriage under false pretenses would be a wrong both to him and to me. I said, "There are things about my life here that I have not yet found the right way to tell you. I am not keeping secrets out of carelessness or disregard for you. I am keeping them because I am still finding the words, and because some things need to be said in person, and when I next come home, I would like to try to say them. Until then, please trust that I love you and that I am not becoming strange. I am becoming myself." I know that is not a satisfying answer. I hope it is at least an honest one. I sealed the letter and posted it the next morning, and felt, more than I had felt with the first letter, that I had moved some small distance in the right direction. Helen asked me at work the next day how my family were. I told her honestly, complicated. She nodded in that way she had, the nod that received information without requiring more of it than you were offering. She said, "How are you?" I said, "Frightened." But also, I paused, and the word I found was grateful. She said, "That sounds about right." The preparation course continued through June and into July. The 5 of us had settled into a comfortable rhythm together, the kind of ease that forms between people who are engaged in something serious in each other's company. Joyce had become someone I was very glad to know. She brought to every session a rich combination of lived experience and hard-won faith that grounded the more abstract discussions in something real. She had buried a son, she told me once, walking back from the hall after a session on the resurrection. She had buried him 20 years ago, and it had taken her until now to come back to the church, not because she had blamed God, but because she had needed 20 years to understand what she believed and to be able to say it out loud. I said, "What do you believe?" She said, "I believe he is not lost. I believe that the resurrection is not a metaphor. I believe that death does not have the last word. I have believed this in a quiet way since I was a girl, but believing it quietly is not the same as standing up and claiming it. That is what I am coming to do now." I thought about the difference between quiet belief and claimed belief for a long time after that conversation. It seemed to me to describe exactly where I was. I had been moving from the one toward the other over months of Sundays and Saturdays and lunches and conversations, and what I was preparing for in the baptism was, among other things, the act of claiming, of standing up and saying, "This is what I am. This is where I have come from, and this is where I am facing." The idea of the baptism itself gave me, in those weeks, a sensation that sat somewhere between terror and joy. Terror because I understood what it would cost, what it would mean for the family conversations that were still unmade, what it would confirm about the direction of travel that I had not yet fully disclosed to the people who most needed to know. Joy because I also understood it as a threshold, a clear line between the circling and the entering, and I was ready to stop circling. I talked to Peter about this over lunch in the 3rd week of July. He had become, by this point, one of my steadiest reference points in London, someone who understood where I was coming from and where I was going without requiring me to explain the journey at length every time. We had the ease of 2 people who have established a shared vocabulary for difficult things. He said, "Are you nervous about the baptism itself?" I said, "More nervous about what happens after. The baptism is private, in a sense. Afterwards is the part that involves everyone else." He said, "Yes, the act is between you and God and the community here, but the fact of it travels further." I said, "My family, my mother." He said, "Have you told them yet?" I said, "Not directly, not the full truth. I have said enough that my mother knows something has changed, but not what." He was quiet for a moment, in the way he was quiet when he was thinking carefully, rather than waiting for his turn. He said, "You will have to tell them. You know that." I said, "I know." He said, "The question is not whether, but when and how. And I think you will know both of those things when the time is right. You have been finding your way into honesty gradually, and that is not a weakness. That is wisdom about what honesty costs and how to bear the cost without breaking under it." I said, "I worry that I am using wisdom as an excuse for cowardice." He said, "That is worth watching. But I do not think that is what is happening. Cowardice runs away from the truth. You are walking toward it. The pace is your own, but the direction has been consistent for some time. I held this. I tried it as a description of myself and found that it fit, or fit well enough." He said, "Whatever happens with your family, and I will not pretend it will be easy, because it will not be, you will not be alone. You have people here who love you and will keep loving you. That matters. You need to know that it matters." I said, "I do know. I am not sure I knew it a year ago. but I know it now. I called my aunt in July after the final preparation session, when David had told us that the baptism would be set for early September at a Sunday morning service rather than the Easter Vigil, since we had all agreed that waiting until the following spring was longer than any of us wanted to wait. She answered on the second ring. I told her the date. There was a silence, and then she said, in a voice that was very steady, "I would like to come, if that is possible." I had not expected this. I said, "To London?" She said, "To London. I have not been in some years. I would like to see you baptized." I was not able to speak for a moment. She waited with the patience that was characteristic of her. I said, "I would like that very much." She said, "Good. Then I will look at flights." She came on the Friday evening, arriving at Heathrow with one small case and the composed, unhurried manner she brought to everything. I met her at the station, and when she came through the barrier, she looked at me with a steady directness that said she was glad to see me, and that she had been looking forward to this, and that she was not going to make a great ceremony of either fact. We took the tube back to Shepherd's Bush. She looked at London through the tube window with interested attention, like someone rereading a book they have not opened in a while. She had been here years ago, she said, for a conference. She remembered it as grey and expensive. It was still both of those things, she confirmed, though the greyness had a quality she had always found attractive in Northern European cities. I made up the sofa for her, and we sat up late, drinking tea, talking in the way we always talked, wide-ranging, careful, willing to follow a thread wherever it went. She asked me about Peter. I told her about the lunches and the conversations and the particular quality of his attention, and she listened with what I recognised as the attention of someone filing information carefully. She asked about the preparation course. I told her about Marcus and Joyce and Richard and Fiona. She asked about David Nichols. I described him with some affection, and she said, "It matters, having a good priest." I had a good priest, and I have never stopped being grateful for him. I asked about her church in Cairo. She told me that Samira had retired but still attended, that the congregation had grown over the years, that there was now a young priest who had studied in Germany and who brought a different energy to the place. She spoke about it with the quiet happiness of someone describing home. I said, "Are you ever lonely? In the faith, I mean, without the family knowing?" She said, "Yes. There is a particular loneliness in having a life that cannot be fully shared with the people you love most. I will not pretend otherwise. But there is a community, here and in Cairo, of people who share it, and that community is real. It is not a substitute for the family. It is something different. It is the family of a different kind." I said, "That is what I am beginning to find." She said, "Yes, I know. I have been watching you find it." We sat in comfortable quiet for a while. Outside, the street was doing its late-night thing, quiet but not silent. The occasional bus, a group of people going past talking, the distant sound of something I could not identify. She said, "Are you afraid?" I said. "Of Sunday?" She said, "Of Sunday, of after." I said, "Yes, mostly of after. Of the conversation with my mother. I have been putting it off, and I cannot put it off much longer." She said, "No, you cannot." I said, "Will you be with me when I have it?" She thought for a moment. She said, "I will help you prepare for it, but the conversation itself, that needs to be yours alone. If I am in it, it becomes something else. It becomes about me and my history and my choices, and it should be about you and yours. Does that make sense?" I said, "Yes, it makes sense." She said, "But before it and after it, I am here." The Sunday in September was one of those clear, bright, slightly cold mornings that London occasionally produces as if to remind you of what it might be like if the weather kept its promises. The sky was a clean, washed blue. The leaves in the churchyard were beginning to turn at the edges, but had not yet committed to the change. Everything had the slightly heightened quality of a day on which something is going to happen. I woke early. My aunt was already awake, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and a book, reading in the peaceable way she read, as if the reading and the morning were old friends who had arranged to meet. She looked up when I came in and said nothing, only nodded slightly, and I was glad she said nothing because I did not have much capacity for words at that moment. I dressed carefully. I had thought about what to wear with more attention than I usually gave to such things, understanding that this was a threshold day and that what I put on for it mattered, not for vanity, but because form and meaning are not as separate as we sometimes pretend. I wore a dress in a dark blue that I had bought in the spring and worn for the first time to a concert with Helen. It seemed right. My aunt and I walked to St Andrews together. She walked with her usual unhurried pace, her small case left at the flat, her coat against the September cold. She was quiet, and I was quiet, and the walk was a good one. The particular quality of a walk when the person beside you understands that the walking itself is enough. The church was already filling when we arrived. I saw Helen near the back with her daughter, a girl of about 10 who was reading something in her lap. I saw Peter near the centre, who looked up when I came in and smiled. I saw Joyce, who had arrived before me, and who caught my eye and gave me a look of such warm solidarity that I had to look away before it undid me. Marcus was already at the front, talking to David, and Richard and Fiona were in the third row. The 5 of us were wearing white, as David had gently suggested, and there was something very plain and right about it. My aunt sat near the back, beside a woman I did not know, and she folded her coat in her lap and looked at the front of the church with an expression that I have thought about many times since. It was not a sentimental expression. It was attentive and still, the look of someone who is fully present in a place and who knows what the place means. I sat with the others at the front. The service began. I am not going to try to describe the baptism itself in great detail. Some things resist thorough description, not because they are beyond words, but because the words that work for them are private words, specific to the person who experienced them, and they lose something in the translation to general language. I will say only this, that the water was cold, that David's voice was steady, that when he said the words over me, I felt very clearly the sensation I had first felt walking into that church on a Sunday in October, almost a year earlier, the turning down of a volume that had been too loud, but louder now and less tentative and accompanied by something else, something that I will call, because it is the right word even if it sounds large, joy. I stood in the water and the congregation was singing, and I looked at the faces of the people in the church, the people who had become, over months of Saturdays and Sundays, my community, and I understood that my aunt had been right when she called it a family of a different kind. They were not my family. They would never be my family in the way my mother and my father and Karim were my family. But they were something real, and they were mine, and I was theirs. Afterwards, there was tea and cake in the church hall. My aunt stood beside me for a while, speaking with Helen, who had come to find me, and with Peter, who had come to find both of us. She was composed and warm and entirely herself. She spoke to everyone as if she had always been among them, which in a sense she had. Joyce found me near the cake table and held my hands in both of hers and said, "Welcome home, child." I am not often moved by phrases. That one moved me. I told my mother in October. I had spent a month after the baptism gathering myself, preparing the language, trying to find the words that would be honest without being brutal, that would convey what had happened without positioning it as a rejection of everything she was. I did not write it. I called her on a Sunday afternoon, which was when we usually spoke, and I told her. She was quiet for longer than I expected. My mother was not a woman who was often quiet. She had an opinion about most things, and expressed it without hesitation. This silence was different. I listened to it, and it told me she was absorbing something that had arrived with more force than she had been prepared for. Then she said, "Are you telling me you have left Islam?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Nadia." She said my name the way she said it when I had done something as a child that she could not make sense of, the particular inflection of a woman confronted with a version of her daughter she had not expected. I said, "Mama, I need to tell you." She said, "Have you become a Christian?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Since when?" I told her since when. I told her about the Green New Testament and about Aunt Mariam. This was the moment I had most prepared for, the moment of bringing Mariam's name into it, and about the church and the baptism in September. I told her as clearly and honestly as I could, in the order in which things had happened, without dramatising and without minimising. She was quiet again after I finished. Then she said, "Your Aunt Mariam has been a Christian for how long?" I said, 11 years. Another silence, longer. She said, "No one told me." I said, "Mariam made a choice about that. It was her choice to make." She said very quietly, "We are a Muslim family, Nadia. This is..." She did not finish the sentence. I waited. She said, "Does your father know?" I said, "Not yet. I wanted to tell you first." She said, "You should not have done this." I said, "Mama..." She said, "I need to speak to your father. I will call you tomorrow." She put down the phone. I sat in the flat in the quiet of the Sunday afternoon and held the phone in my lap. Outside, the street was doing its Sunday thing. Quiet, the occasional car, children somewhere in the distance. The tree at the end of the road had turned fully now, a deep reddish gold in the afternoon light. I was not surprised by the response. I had known it would be something like this. I had prepared for it to be something like this. Preparation is not the same as readiness, but it is something, and I held on to it. I had known this was coming, and I had done it anyway, and that meant I had understood the cost and chosen to pay it. I called my aunt. She answered, and I told her what had happened. She listened. She said, "How are you?" I said, "All right." Not all right. Both. She said, "That is correct." I said, "She mentioned you." She said, "Yes. I expected she would. She will call me. I will answer honestly." I said, "I am sorry. I have perhaps made your situation harder." She said, "Do not be sorry for that. I have been managing this situation for 11 years. I can manage it a little differently. The important thing is that you have told the truth." I said, "Yes." She said, "Nadia, you did the right thing. It will hurt for a while, perhaps for a long while, but you did the right thing." I said, "I know." She said, "Go and be with your people tonight. Go to Peter. Go to Helen or whoever is available. Do not sit alone in that flat." I said, "Yes." She said, "I love you, niece." I said, "I love you, Aunt Mariam." My father called the following Friday. My mother had told him. He was not angry, exactly. My father rarely expressed things as anger, but his voice had a quality of distance in it, a pulling back that was harder to bear than anger would have been. He said, "Your mother tells me you have become a Christian." I said, "Yes, Baba." He said, "I do not understand this." I said, "I know." He said, "You were raised correctly. You know the faith. Why would you..." He stopped himself. He was not, I understood, asking a question he expected me to answer. He was expressing a bewilderment that he did not yet have the language for. I said, "Baba, I can only tell you that this is not something I did carelessly or quickly. I have been thinking about it for a long time. I have been reading and asking and trying to understand. And I have come to believe something that I cannot unbelieve." He said, "What can a Christian faith offer that Islam does not?" It was a fair question. I had thought about it at length. I said, "It is not quite that question for me. It is not a matter of one offering more than the other. It is more that I found something in the Christian faith that I had been looking for without knowing what it was. A God who is not only sovereign, but near, who entered the world, who knows what it is to be a person." He was quiet for a long time. He said, "You know what this means for the family." I said, "Yes." He said, "Your mother is very hurt." I said, "I know. I am sorry to hurt her. I am sorry to hurt both of you." But I could not continue to be dishonest about something this important. He said, "Is there anything that would change your mind?" I said, "No, Baba." He was quiet again. Then he said, and I did not expect this, "I will pray for you." I said, "Thank you. I will pray for you too." He said, "Will Christians pray for a Muslim father?" I said, "This one will." He made a sound that was not quite a laugh, not warm exactly, but human. He said, "We will talk again." I said, "Whenever you want." He put the phone down. I stood in the kitchen of the flat and I wept, not with grief exactly, but with the feeling that comes when something real has happened and the reality of it settles into your body. I had told my father. He had not raged. He had not wept. He had said he would pray for me and that we would talk again, and that was not the same as acceptance or understanding, but it was not a door slammed shut. I went to church that Sunday with the weight of the week on me, and I sat in the pew where I had been sitting for almost a year, and the service went around me like water, and I felt held by it in a way I cannot fully explain to anyone who has not felt it. The sense of being in a place where you are entirely known, and where being entirely known is not a threat. November, in London. The dark coming earlier each day, the streets wet, the lights of the shops reflected in the puddles on the pavement, the quality of coziness that the city takes on in November when it accepts that summer is gone and settles into the pleasures of being indoors. I have always loved November in London, which surprises people from more clement climates. There is something honest about it, about a city that stops pretending to be warm and becomes itself. I was finding my life in November in a way I had not before. This is a strange thing to say. I was 26. I had been living independently for 4 years. I had managed my own affairs and made my own decisions and built what most people would call a life. But I think what I mean is something more interior. I was finding the shape of who I was in relation to who I believed in and who I loved and what I was for. That shape had not been clear to me before. It was becoming clearer. My work at the charity was going well. I had taken on a larger role in the summer, managing a research partnership with a hospital in Oxford, and it used the part of my mind that liked precision and order, the same part that liked translation, the careful attention to what words mean and what they are doing and whether they are doing it correctly. I was good at it. I had not known I was good at it until I was doing it, which is one of the things I have learned about ability. It is often invisible to you until you are already inside it. I was writing letters to my parents. Not long letters. I had never been a letter writer. But regular ones, with news of my life, descriptions of the city, small observations that I thought might interest them. My mother replied with information about the family, about my brother and Dahlia and their new baby, a girl born in October named Suha. She did not mention the faith in her letters, and I did not raise it. We were both, I understood, in a period of holding things carefully, not pressing where pressure would only harden the ground. My father had called twice since the Friday conversation. Both calls had been short and practical. How was I? How was work? Was I warm enough? The question about warmth made me smile. He had asked me this since I was a student, as if warmth were the primary index of well-being. I told him I was warm enough, and he said good, and then we talked for a few minutes about something he had seen in the news, and then we said goodbye. These calls were not what they had been before October, but they were calls. He was still calling. I want to say something here about Peter, because to leave him in the background of this account as a figure who was useful to me in my thinking and whom I visited at lunches would be to misrepresent what was happening during these months. Peter had become my friend. Not in the cautious, qualified sense in which I had used that word for most of my adult life. The friend who is more accurately described as a pleasant colleague, a reliable acquaintance, someone you eat lunch with, but in the older and more serious sense, someone who knows you and whose knowing of you has changed both of you in ways you are only partly aware of. We had been meeting for lunch every week or so since the spring. We had talked about everything, faith and theology, yes, but also teaching and translation and Egypt and Ghana and the particular experience of being a person of one world, living in another world, and finding that neither one exactly covers you. We had talked about his marriage, which had ended 5 years ago, and about what he had learned from it. We had talked about my family with a care and delicacy that I had appreciated. He never reduced them to the obstacle in my story, never spoke about them as if they were simply a problem to be managed. He understood that they were the people I loved most, and that this was not at odds with the choice I had made, even though it was in tension with it. I am being careful here because I want to be honest about what happened without making it sound simpler than it was. What happened was not simple. What happened was, over the course of many months, beginning in that room with the overbrewed kettle and the conversation about Nicodemus, I fell in love with Peter Osei. I did not intend to. I did not identify it as it was happening, in the way that you sometimes fail to identify the change in season until you are already wearing a different coat. I became aware of it fully on an evening in November when we had met, for the first time, for dinner rather than lunch, at a restaurant near my flat, and I was walking home afterwards and realised that I had been happy with an intensity and a particularity that could only be about this person and not about anything general. I sat with this for some weeks. I did not say anything to him. I was not sure at first whether what I felt was real or whether it was the gratitude and dependence that comes from being found and known by someone in a vulnerable period of your life. I tried to examine it honestly, to hold it at a distance and see it clearly. I prayed about it in my conversational and uncertain way. I talked to my aunt, obliquely, without quite naming the subject, and she listened with the attention of someone who understands exactly what is being described around its edges. What I found when I looked at it carefully, it was not gratitude masquerading as love. Gratitude is a different feeling. It is warmer and less specific. What I felt for Peter was specific, particular, associated with the particular way he asked a question, and the particular way he listened to the answer, and the particular way he had, when I told him about the conversation with my father, put his coffee cup down and looked at me with such steady concern that I had had to talk about something else for a few minutes to get my composure back. I said nothing for several weeks. I went on having lunch. I went on being his friend. I was not sure whether what I felt would be welcome, and I valued the friendship enough to be afraid of risking it. This is a cowardice of a different kind than the cowardice I had been warned against, and I knew it, and I sat with the knowing of it. He asked it himself in the end. Which perhaps I should have expected, because Peter Osei was a man who did not usually avoid things he had understood. It was December. We had met at the restaurant near my flat again. We had been doing this once a month or so, a habit that had formed without much discussion. The restaurant was small and not expensive, and had a quality of warmth that I associate now, inextricably, with a particular period of my life. We had eaten and talked, and the evening had gone long, as evenings with him tended to. We were walking back to the flat, because he had taken to walking me home after these evenings, which I had accepted as a fact about him without examining it too closely. He said, "Nadia, can I ask you something?" I said, "Of course." He said, "How do you think of me?" I stopped walking. He stopped beside me. The street was empty. It was a cold night, properly cold, the first serious cold of the winter, with a sky that had cleared and a few stars visible above the lamplight. I said, "I think I had better ask you why you're asking." He said, "Because I would like to know, and because I would rather ask than wonder." I said, "That is very you." He said, "Yes." "So?" I said, "I think of you as someone who has been very important to me, who has helped me understand things I needed to understand, who I trust with things I do not trust many people with." He waited. I said, "And I think of you with I found the word, tenderness, that I have not felt before, for anyone." He was quiet for a moment. We were standing under a street lamp, and the light was yellow, and he looked at me with the expression he had for the moments in conversation when he was arriving at something rather than departing from it. He said, "Good, because I feel the same way, and I wanted to be sure that you knew it." I said, "I was not sure." He said, "No, I thought perhaps you were not." I was not always sure how to make it clear without, he considered, frightening you. I said, "You thought you might frighten me?" He said, "I thought there was a great deal happening in your life, and that you had been navigating it very carefully, and that the last thing you needed was someone adding another weight to the scale before you had found your balance." I said, "That was thoughtful." He said, "I have been thinking about it for some time." I said, "How long?" He said, "Since about April." I said, "April," he said, "the conversation about Nicodemus." I laughed. It came out of me unexpectedly, a genuine laugh, and he looked pleased by it, in the way he looked pleased when something surprised him in a good direction. I said, "I think it was the thing about different ways of knowing." He said, "Yes, exactly." We stood on the pavement in the cold for a moment, not saying anything, which was one of the things I had always valued about him. That silence between us was never uncomfortable. It was just silence. He said, "I would like, if you are willing, to court you properly, in the old-fashioned sense, if that is all right." I said, "I am very willing." He said, "Good." We walked the rest of the way to the flat, and he came in for tea, and we sat at the kitchen table until past midnight and talked about everything and nothing, the way you talk when you have said the important thing, and everything else is lighter for it. I had been invited to spend Christmas with Helen and her daughter, whose name was Rosie. I had met Rosie several times by this point, and she was exactly what you would expect of the daughter of Helen. Quiet, observant, with a dry humour that was entirely her own, entirely too old for her, and entirely appealing. Helen lived in a terraced house in Hammersmith, 10 minutes from the charity, which she had bought years ago when prices were different, and was now, she said, technically worth a great deal more than she could afford if she had to buy it again, which she found a peculiar kind of wealth to possess. The house was warm and unassuming, full of books and Rosie's drawings and the general, comfortable clutter of a life that had been lived thoroughly and without too much anxiety about tidiness. Christmas with Helen was not a large or elaborate affair. There were a few friends, a woman called Caroline who had been Helen's friend since university, a man called Graham who lived next door and had been invited out of what appeared to be simple kindness, and Peter, whom Helen had met at the Bible study several times, and whom she invited, I noticed, with a warmth that suggested she understood something about the situation without having been explicitly told. We ate well. We sang carols, badly and cheerfully, to a recording that Rosie played on a Bluetooth speaker. We played a board game that became unexpectedly competitive. Helen read the Christmas story from her Bible in the deliberate, unhurried way she did most things, and I listened to it with the particular attention of someone for whom it is still new. The strangeness and the particularity of it, the God who came in the cold and the dark into a country under occupation, to people who were mostly not expecting him. I sat on the sofa in the warm sitting room and listened to the story and thought about my parents in the flat in Muddy, and about my brother and Dahlia and the new baby Suha, and about my aunt in Heliopolis, who would be spending the day quietly, in the way she spent most significant days, present with herself, present with God, at peace with the particular kind of solitude she had chosen. I thought about the year that was ending, what it had cost and what it had given. The flat in Shepherd's Bush, still mine, with its 2 windows and its slowly boiling water. The green New Testament that had started everything, which I had bought my own copy of now, properly annotated with my own pencil marks in the margins. The Sundays at St. Andrew's, the Saturdays of preparation, the water and the cold and the choir and the faces of the people in the pews. My aunt's face at the back of the church, attentive and still. Peter beside me on the sofa, his arm along the back of it, not quite touching my shoulder, but close enough that I was aware of the warmth of him, the solid and particular presence of a person who has chosen to be near you. I thought about my mother, who was hurt and confused and who loved me. I thought about my father, who said he would pray for me and who was still calling on Sunday mornings. I did not know what the future held for those relationships. I did not know how the conversations that had not yet happened would go, or what time would do to the distances the year had created. I was holding these things, as my aunt had said, not managing, but holding. Living in the not knowing without being destroyed by it, which is harder than it sounds and which I was getting, slowly, better at. Rosie fell asleep on the armchair across the room. Helen and Caroline were talking in the kitchen. Graham had gone home an hour ago. The room was warm and lit by the lamps and the lights on the small tree in the corner. Peter said quietly, "What are you thinking about?" I said, "My family." "My parents?" He said, "Do you wish you were there?" I said, "Yes and no. I wish I could have both. I know I cannot." He said, "How does that feel?" I said, "Like most of the true things feel. Heavy and also right." He nodded. He understood that answer. It was one of the things about him that I had come to rely on. His willingness to sit with the weight of things without trying to lift them before they were ready to be lifted. Outside, Christmas in London was going on. The street was quiet, as it always was on Christmas night, the city gone away into itself. Somewhere, a bell was ringing, distantly, the way bells ring in December in old cities, not for any urgency, but as a reminder of something, of time passing, of something that happened a long time ago, in a stable, in the cold, that was still happening. I was not all right yet, in the sense of everything being resolved. My family was still far away, and still confused and still hurt. The conversations still to come were still coming. The cost of this year was a real cost, and I was carrying it, and I would keep carrying it. But I was held. I was known. I was loved by people who understood the whole of me, and I was learning, slowly, to extend that understanding to myself. I was where I needed to be. January came with its particular quality of beginning, which is not quite the same as hope, but is related to it. The days were short and the city was grey, but there was a turning quality to it, a sense of the year gathering itself. I had always liked January more than most people seem to. I had made no resolutions. I had, by the time January arrived, the sense of a life already in motion in a direction I had chosen, which was different from the feeling of needing to decide something new. The direction was set. The work was the daily living of it. My mother had sent a Christmas card. This sounds like a small thing. It was not a small thing. It was addressed in her handwriting, the familiar slant of it, and inside she had written only, "With love from your mama and Baba." She had not written anything about the year, or about the faith, or about Tariq Mansour. She had written with love, and I had held the card for a long time, and felt the love in it through all the layers of difficulty and confusion and hurt. I had sent them a card too, and a gift for the new baby Suha. I had enclosed a letter with the gift, a short one, telling Karim and Dahlia how happy I was for them, how I would like very much to meet her when I next came home. I had not mentioned when that might be. I did not yet know when it might be. I talked to my aunt about it in January. She had returned to Cairo the day after Boxing Day, and we had gone back to our phone calls, which had a different quality now than they had had a year ago. Less urgent, more settled. The urgency had come from the in-between quality of that earlier period, when I was neither here nor there in my faith, when everything was unresolved and the conversations were still unmade. Now the conversations had been had, the decisions had been taken, the water had been poured. The calls were quieter. The things we talked about were the ongoing things. Her church, her work, my work, Peter, the family. She said, "When are you thinking of going home?" I said, "Perhaps the spring. I need to see them. The distance makes it all harder." She said, "Yes, being there is different from the phone. They will see you and it will be different." I said, "I am afraid that being there will somehow undo things. That being in Egypt with all of it around me, I will become less sure." She said, "Is your faith that fragile?" I thought about it. I said, "I do not think so, but I have not tested it in that particular way." She said, "You have tested it in other ways. The conversations with your parents, the year you have had, the choice you made, those were not nothing." I said, "No." She said, "The faith is not an egg. It will not break if you carry it somewhere difficult. It has already been carried through difficult things, and it is still there." I said, "Yes, I know." She said, "Come in the spring, come and see them. Let yourself be their daughter for a week. That is not a betrayal of who you are. It is just being their daughter." In January, I also began the conversation that had been growing between me and David Nichols about my future. He had asked me, some months earlier, whether I had thought about the longer shape of my faith life, whether I was someone who would stay at St. Andrew's, or whether I was a person in transit, finding my feet. I had said I did not know. He had nodded and not pressed it. In January, I told him that I thought I was staying, that St. Andrew's had become home in the way that a place becomes home, not because it is perfect, but because you have been known there. He received this without ceremony, with a slight nod and a look of quiet satisfaction. He also said, "Have you thought about whether there is something you want to give? Something beyond attending?" I said, "I have been thinking about translation." He raised his eyebrows slightly. I said, "My languages are Arabic, English, French. I have been thinking about whether there might be a way to use that within the church context. Whether there are Arabic-speaking communities in the area who would benefit from materials in their language, or who would benefit from someone who could speak to them in their first language." He said, "There are several. The Arab Christian community in London is not small, and there are also many Arab Muslims in the area who have various levels of engagement with the church, either through marriage or through friendship or simply through proximity. The capacity to work with those communities in Arabic would be very valuable." I said, "I am not an evangelist." He said, "You would not need to be. You would just need to be someone who is present and who can communicate. The rest follows from the relationship, not from any technique." I thought about Samira, who had never once in years of friendship spoken to my aunt about faith, and who had mentioned a prayer meeting in passing one lunchtime and what had followed from it. I thought about Helen, who had mentioned a lunchtime study group and never mentioned it again, and who had sat beside me at lunch every day and been a friend and nothing more required. I said, "I understand what you mean." He said, "Think about it. There is no hurry." But I had already begun thinking about it in the way that you begin thinking about something when you understand that it is the right direction, even before you know the right words for it. I went back to Egypt in April, a year and a half after the last visit. The same flight, the same approach over the desert, the same quality of late afternoon light falling across the city as the plane banked toward the airport. The reassembly of the self that always happens on arrival. Cairo putting me back together according to its own pattern. My mother met me at the door again. She held me again for a long time. Something had changed in the quality of it. There was still hurt in her. I could feel it in the slight tension of how she held herself. But there was also something else. Something that I recognized after a moment as the determination not to let the hurt prevent the love. She was choosing, in this moment, the love. I held her back with everything I had. My father came to the door of the sitting room and looked at me. The chest complaint had not returned. He was thinner than he had been, but he looked well, and he looked, when he saw me, relieved in a way that said, the year of distance had been hard for him too. He said, "You came." I said, "Of course I came." He opened his arms and I went to him, and he held me briefly, in the way he held me, with the measured tenderness of a man who expresses things at an angle to their full force. I pressed my face against his shoulder for a moment, smelling the familiar smell of him, and felt what it means to be someone's daughter, the particular weight of it, the particular gift. We sat together in the sitting room. My mother brought tea. We talked. They did not avoid the subject, which I had half expected them to. My father brought it up himself, carefully, in the way he addressed things that mattered, directly but without aggression, giving me room to respond. He said, "I have been reading." I said, "About what?" He said, "About Christianity, about what you believe. I am a Muslim, and I will die a Muslim, and I need you to understand that." But I wanted to understand what my daughter had found. I wanted to understand it from the inside. I said, "What have you read?" He named several books. One of them I had read myself. One of them I had not, but I knew of it. I told him this, and he was, I thought, slightly pleased, in the way that people are pleased when they discover common ground where they expected only difference. He said, "I do not agree with it, with any of it, but I can see that it is serious, that it is not a fashion or a weakness, that you have thought about it." I said, "For a long time, Baba." He said, "Your mother is," he chose the word carefully, "adjusting." My mother beside him looked at the table. I said, "Mama." She looked up. I said, "I know this is very hard for you. I am not going to pretend that I am not sorry for that part of it, because I am. I am sorry for the pain. I am not sorry for the choice." She said, "How can you say that? How can you say you are not sorry?" I said, "Because being sorry for the choice would mean wishing I had not made it. And I do not wish that. I know that is difficult to hear, but I would rather be honest with you than comfort you falsely." She looked at me for a long moment, with an expression I had never quite seen on her face before. It was not anger, and it was not acceptance. It was something closer to recognition, as if she was seeing me, the full, current version of me for the first time, and the seeing was painful, and also, somewhere underneath the pain, real. She said, "You are different." I said, "Yes." She said, "Is it?" She stopped. Then, "Are you happy?" The question surprised me. My mother did not usually ask about happiness in this direct way. Happiness was, in her understanding of things, the byproduct of correct living, not a separate consideration. To ask directly whether I was happy was a departure from her usual grammar. I said, "Yes, Mama, more than I have ever been." She looked at me for another moment. Then she looked away, at the window, at the street outside. She said, "Then I suppose I must try to be glad for you, even though I do not understand. It was not forgiveness. It was not acceptance. It was not the end of the difficulty, but it was a woman who loved her daughter, choosing to try, in the face of everything she did not understand. I held it as what it was, and did not require it to be more. I said, "That is more than I expected. It is enough for now." I went to see Mariam on the Thursday, as before. She was as she had been, composed, settled, the flat full of books and the smell of coffee and the light from the courtyard window. She looked at me and said, "How did it go?" I told her everything. She listened with her full attention, nodding at the moments that mattered. When I finished, she said, "Your father read about Christianity." I said, "Yes." She said, "That is not a small thing. That is a man choosing to understand his daughter." I said, "I know." She said, "Whatever comes next, Nadia, you have not lost your family. You have changed the shape of the relationship, and that change is hard, and it will keep being hard. But they are still your family. Your mother tried. Your father read. Karim will come around. In time, I know Karim. These are people who love you." I said, "Yes." She said, "And you have other people too." I said, "I do." She said, "Tell me about Peter." I told her. I told her everything. The December conversation in the street, the Christmas, the January evenings. I told her about his work and his patience and the specific quality of his attention. I told her about the way he had waited, not wanting to add weight to an already heavy scale. She listened carefully. She said, "He sounds like a man of real substance." I said, "He is." She said, "When can I meet him?" I said, "If you come to London again, or when we come to Cairo." I said we without thinking, and then sat with her having said it, and felt that it was right. She smiled. It was the same quiet smile she had given me when I said I needed to be baptized. She said, "I would like very much to meet him." We sat in the afternoon of her flat, the coffee between us, the light from the courtyard moving across the floor, and talked for another hour about small things and large things in the way we always had, the two of us, since I was old enough to have a real conversation. Before I left, she held my face in both her hands and looked at me. She said, "I prayed for you for a long time before any of this, before you knew what you were looking for. I want you to know that." I said I did not know that. She said, "I know you did not. I was praying and you were finding, and neither of us was alone. London in May, when I came back. The plane descending through cloud and breaking out below it to the familiar patchwork of the city, the Thames, the rooftops, the park still green, the streets going about their intricate business. The particular feeling of returning to a place that has become yours, not by birth, not by inheritance, but by the slower and more deliberate accumulation of days. Peter met me at the airport. He was at the arrivals barrier with his hands in his coat pockets and his face open and slightly anxious in the way it was when he was waiting for something. When he saw me, the anxiety went and something quieter took its place. We walked to the car in the May sun, and he asked me how it had gone, and I told him the parts that mattered, and he listened in the way he always listened, giving each thing its proper weight. In the car I said, "My aunt wants to meet you." He said, "I would very much like to meet her." I said, "I think you will get on well." He said, "Because we are both patient people who care about the same person." I said, "That is part of it. Also, because you are both people who read carefully and think carefully and don't say things they haven't meant." He considered this. He said, "That is a good description of a person." I said, "It is a good description of both of you." We drove through the May morning, the city assembling itself around us. I looked out of the window at London being itself, the buses, the parks, the endless variety of face and coat and purpose, the great, unrepeatable crowd of it, and felt what I always felt on return, that this city, which was not mine by any of the usual measures, had become mine by the only measure that ultimately matters, which is that I had lived here, and been changed here, and found here the things that changed me. The flat was as I had left it, as flats are when you go away for a week. The same windows, the same view over the back garden, which had someone new in it, a man I did not recognise tending a patch of something he had planted. The same boiler making its oceanic sound when the hot water came on. The same shelf where the green New Testament had been, before I replaced it with my own copy, which was on the desk now with its pencil marks and its dog-eared pages. I made tea and stood at the back window and looked at the man in the garden and the early May sky above the rooftops and thought about the word, home. It is a word that had meant one thing for most of my life. The apartment in Muddy, the smell of the stairwell, my father in his chair, my mother in the kitchen, and that had, over the preceding year and a half, expanded, not replaced, expanded. The original meaning was still there, still true, still aching in the particular way that the home of your childhood aches when you are away from it. But there was more to the word now. There was this flat, and the church at the end of the road, and the hall with the plastic chairs, and Peter, and Helen, and Joyce, and all the people who had been present when I was being remade. I thought about my aunt's word, family of a different kind. I thought about Joyce's words, welcome home, child. I thought about the strange and ongoing work of being alive in a faith you arrived at by choice, in a city not your own, among people who were not your family and who were also your family. I thought about my parents, about my mother trying to be glad, about my father reading. I thought about the conversation still to come, about Kareem, who had been distant and who I believed would come around, and about Dahlia and Suha, whom I had not yet held in my arms. I thought about what it meant that none of this was resolved, that the family was still complicated, still uncertain, still holding everything carefully, that there was no version of this story where everything was healed and everyone understood and all the distances were closed. There was only the ongoing, daily business of loving people you could not always reach, and being loved by people you had not expected to love you. I was learning to be content in this. Not resigned. Content is different from resigned. Resigned is a kind of defeat. Content is a kind of trust. It is the daily practice of believing that the things you are holding are held by something larger than you are, that the story is not finished, that the spaces between people are sometimes the spaces where things grow. My mother's last words to me before I left Cairo had been, "Come back soon." I had said, "I will, Mama." She had held me at the door, and she had been smaller than ever, and she had looked at me with those eyes that had always known me and that were trying, still, to know this new version of me, and I had let her look for as long as she wanted. I would go back soon, and I would keep going back, and each time the conversation would be a little different, and each time there might be a little more room, or there might not. But either way, I would go, and I would love them, and I would be loved, and that would have to be enough until it became more than enough. This is a chapter that I have started several times and abandoned. It is the chapter where I am supposed to say something conclusive, something that ties the threads of the preceding months into a coherent shape. I am not able to write that chapter because I do not think the threads are tied yet, and I would rather be honest about that than manufacture a resolution that has not arrived. What I can do is tell you what I carry. I carry a faith that was not given to me. This is both its vulnerability and its strength. I did not inherit it the way you inherit a nose or a tendency towards stubbornness, or the particular way your grandmother held a cup of tea. I arrived at it by a path that went through questions and doubts and half-answers and the peculiar grace of a small green book left by a stranger on a shelf. This means that when people challenge it, and people challenge it, sometimes with hostility, sometimes with a simple bewilderment that is harder to answer than hostility, I know something about its foundations that a person who was handed their faith in childhood cannot know in the same way. I know what it is made of. I have turned it over and looked at its underside, and it has held. I carry my family. I will always carry my family. My mother in the kitchen, my father in his chair, Kareem with his easy laugh, Dahlia with her unstoppable competence, Suha, whom I have still not yet met, but whose photograph I have looked at many times, the small, certain face of her. They are mine, and I am theirs, and the faith does not change that, even though it changes the terms of it. I carry my Aunt Mariam, who prayed for me before I knew what I was looking for, who told me the truth about her own journey without requiring me to match it, who sat at the back of a church in London on a September morning and watched her niece walk into a river of faith that she had been in alone for 11 years. I carry the particular quality of her attention, the quietness that is full rather than empty, the love that does not demand understanding as its condition. I carry Peter, who chose to wait until I had found my balance, who described it as not wanting to add weight before I was ready to bear it, which is one of the most respectful things anyone has ever said about me, who reads carefully and thinks carefully and says things he has meant, who is becoming, slowly and with great deliberateness, a permanent fixture in the life I am building. There will be a chapter about that too, in the longer story. I am not writing it yet because it is still happening. I carry London, the buses and the rain and the November dark and the May sun and the small church on the street that smells of old wood and has plastic chairs in the hall and a vicar who does not hurry at the end of anyone's sentence, the lunchtime study in the low-ceilinged room, Joyce's face when she said welcome home, Helen's biscuits on a Friday, the man in the garden below my window, tending his patch of green. I carry the questions, the ones that are answered and the ones that are not. The mystery that lives at the centre of this faith. The mystery that is not absence of meaning but excess of it. the kind that cannot be resolved into a formula, but only inhabited. I have made a kind of peace with not knowing everything, which is different from not caring about the truth. I care very much about the truth. I just understand now that some of the truth is bigger than the container I arrived with, and that expanding the container is the work of a lifetime. I carry underneath everything the quiet that came when I first walked into the church on a Sunday in October, with the door open and the sound of singing coming through it. The turning down of the volume, the settling. It is still there. It is less precarious than it was. It has become, over the course of the months I have been describing, not a sensation, but a ground. The thing I stand on rather than the thing I feel. I do not always feel it. There are days when the ground seems thin, and the distances seem large, and the cost seems high, and the conversations with my mother are stilted, and my father sounds tired on the phone, and everything is complicated, and I wonder, in the honest way that faith requires you to wonder sometimes, whether I have got this right. On those days, I do what I have been learning to do. I go to church, I go to the study group, I call Peter, I call my aunt. I pray in my uncertain, conversational, still learning way, and the ground comes back, or rather I remember that it was there all along. I do not know whether my mother will ever be fully reconciled. I think she will always love me, because that is the kind of love she has, the kind that does not require agreement as its condition. But whether she will ever understand or stop grieving what she has lost in my choice, I cannot say. I hope so. I pray so. I hold it as an open question. I do not know what Karim thinks. He has been distant in a way that is more painful than my father's careful calls and my mother's complicated warmth, because Karim and I had the ease of siblings, and the loss of that ease is a sharp one. He was polite on the phone when I spoke to him in April, and he asked about my work and said he was glad I was well, and that was all. I will give him time. Time is all I can give him. I do not know what will happen with Tariq Mansour, who is presumably proceeding with his life in Alexandria, and who I have never met, and who deserves better than to have been the occasion of a family difficulty he had no part in creating. I think about him sometimes, briefly, and wish him well in the genuine, non-specific way you wish well to strangers. I do not know where I will be in 5 years, or 10. I do not know whether I will stay in London or return to Egypt or go somewhere else entirely. I do not know whether I will spend my life in this flat or in a different place. I do not know what shape the life I am building with Peter will eventually take, though I think about it with a hope I have not felt before about anything in my future. I do not know what I do not know. This seems obvious, but it is worth stating, because one of the things I have learned in the past year and a half is that I consistently underestimate the size of what I do not know, and that the practice of holding questions rather than forcing answers is not a weakness, but a discipline, and one that I am learning slowly, imperfectly, every day. I know that the faith is real. I know this in the way that you know the things that have been tested and have held. I have held it in cold water and in conversations that were hard, and in the face of my mother's hurt and my father's bewilderment and Karim's silence. I have carried it from London to Cairo and back again. It has not cracked. I know that I am loved. I know this in the multiple senses that have become available to me over the preceding months. Loved by God, which was the discovery, and loved by the community of St. Andrew's, which was the gift that came with it, and loved by Peter, which was the surprise, and loved, underneath everything, imperfectly and confusedly and with great consistency, by my family. I know that my Aunt Mariam is one of the most courageous people I have ever known, and that courage does not have to be loud or demonstrative to be real. She carried this for 11 years before I came along. She carried it quietly, carefully, without making it anyone else's burden. When I arrived at a place where she could share it, she shared it without hesitation, and without making her own story larger than mine, and without any of the urgency or pressure that would have been understandable, but that would also have been counterproductive. She was simply there, and that was everything. I know that the God I believe in entered the world in a specific place, at a specific time, and lived a specific life, and that this particularity matters. It is not an abstraction. It is not a system. It is a person, and that person knew what it was to be cold and tired and misunderstood and loved imperfectly by people who could not quite reach him. I find this, in my more difficult moments, very sustaining. I do not know exactly what I believe about all of it. The theology is still large, and I am still finding my way through it. But I know that it is the truest thing I have encountered, and that I could not go back from it even if I wanted to. I know that London is my city now. I know this the way you know your city, by the particular way the light falls on a specific corner in October, by the sound of the buses, by the routes you walk without thinking, by the faces that are familiar and the places that are yours. I was not born here, and I did not choose it exactly. I came for a scholarship. I stayed because of a complicated series of events that I could not have predicted. But I am here now, and it is mine, and I will defend that claim to anyone who questions it, with the particular tenacity of someone who has not been given a city but has found one. I know that the story is not finished. My family is not reconciled fully. The conversations with my mother still have an awkward pause in them where faith and love meet and do not quite know what to do with each other. My brother is still distant. My father is still adjusting. My aunt is still in Cairo, still attending her church, still translated from the family that does not know her true self, still carrying this with the grace she has always had. I know that what I have found is worth what it has cost. I want to say this plainly because the cost is real, and I do not want to minimize it by implying that faith makes everything simple or painless. It does not. It makes things clear, which is not the same as simple. It gives you ground to stand on, which is not the same as a comfortable place to stand. The ground is solid and the standing is sometimes very hard, and the view from it includes things that hurt to look at. But it is real, and I am on it, and I will keep standing. There is a letter I wrote once that I never sent. I wrote it in March, shortly after my mother's first reply to me about Tariq Mansour, in the middle of a night when I could not sleep and the flat was very quiet and the street outside was empty. I wrote it to no one in particular, or to my past self, or to the person I might have been if any of the crossroads had gone a different way. I found it recently, folded in the back of the notebook I kept during the preparation course, and I read it, and I decided to put it here at the end of this account, because it says something I could not say in any other form. It goes like this: you are standing at the edge of something. You do not know yet how wide it is, or how deep, or what is on the other side. You only know that you have been standing at the edge of it for some time, and that the longer you stand there, the more clearly you understand that there are only two things you can do: step back from the edge or step forward. Stepping back is possible. It is even reasonable. You could write to your mother and say yes to the man she has found. You could return to the shape of the life that everyone around you recognizes and approves of. You could continue to attend and observe and go through the forms that were given to you, and you could do this for the rest of your life, and you would not be the only person who has done it. Many people have done it, and many people are doing it now, and not all of them are unhappy. But you have read something. You have sat in a church and felt a quietness that you could not account for. You have spoken to your aunt and found that she has been living for 11 years a life that is true, and that the cost of that truth is real and also worth it. And you have felt, more strongly than you have felt most things, that the world described in the pages of that green book is not a fiction, not a comfort for the weak, not a pretty story told in the dark to make the dark bearable, but something actual and claiming and directed with great specificity at you. If this is true, you cannot step back. If this is true, there is only one direction. You are afraid. You are allowed to be afraid. The cost is real, and you can see it clearly, and it is not nothing. Your mother's face, your father's voice, the shape of the family around the table, the smell of the stairwell, all of it. You are also underneath the fear, something else. You are certain, not certain of everything, not certain of all the theology or all the history or all the difficult passages you have not yet found the right way into, but certain of the ground, certain that the ground is there, that it is solid, that it will hold. Step forward. You will not fall. End. The story you have just read is a fiction, but it is a fiction built from real experiences, not mine, but the experiences of real people. People who have left one faith and arrived at another, often at great cost, always with great seriousness. If any part of this account has spoken to something in your own experience, I would not be surprised. The territory it describes is specific but not unique, which is why I wrote it down. If you are standing at an edge of your own, I can only offer what this account has tried to offer: honesty about the cost and honesty about what lies beyond it. The ground is there. I believe, with everything I have, that it will hold. I want to describe, before going further, the geography of my days in that period, because geography and inner life are more connected than we usually admit. The places we move through shape what we think, and what we think shapes where we end up, and the two keep adjusting each other throughout a life in a continuous conversation that we only become aware of at its turning points. My route to work each morning took me down the Shepherd's Bush Road, past the market that was being set up as I passed, the stalls emerging from their overnight storage with an unhurried regularity that I found very grounding, the smell of bread and vegetables and the shouts of the traders in several languages. Then left onto the Hammersmith Road, past a coffee shop where I sometimes stopped if I had left early enough, past a post office and a pharmacy and a betting shop and a church with a notice board that always had a different quotation on it, which I read most mornings as a small ritual. Then, right, into the quiet street behind the main road, where the charity had its office in the ground floor of a converted house. The reverse journey home in the evenings was the same route in the opposite direction, but with a different quality of light. The particular late afternoon or early evening light of London, that is, in autumn, almost orange, coming sideways off the buildings, long and warm and melancholy. I noticed things differently in that period. I have tried to think about why, and the best I can do is this. I was in the process of paying more attention to the world because I was beginning to understand the world as inhabited by a presence, not an abstract one but a present one, and that understanding changes what you look at and how you look at it. The man at the market with the bread, the coffee shop with its reliable warmth, the notice board with its rotating quotations, some of which were very good and some of which were not, but all of which suggested someone who thought it was worth putting words out into the world on the chance that someone might need them, I noticed the church itself differently. I had walked past it for months before I went in. I had clocked it as a building, Victorian red brick, a modest spire, a door that was either open or closed depending on the day. After the first Sunday I went in, I noticed it as mine, or as somewhere that was in the process of becoming mine, which was different but not entirely different. The noticing had a warmth in it that the previous noticing had not. This sounds like a small thing. It is not a small thing. The capacity to look at the street you walk down every morning and find it full of presents is a different kind of capacity than the one I had arrived in London with, and the difference is not trivial. It changed the quality of my days in a way that is difficult to account for to someone who has not experienced it. The days were not easier. If anything, they were harder, because more things registered, more things required something of me, but they were richer, more inhabited. I am aware, writing this, that this is the kind of claim that a skeptical reader can dismiss as the predictable testimony of a religious conversion. The world looks different, more meaningful, more full of grace. I do not know how to address that skepticism except to say that I am describing what I actually experienced as accurately as I am able. I am not claiming that the world objectively changed. I am saying that I did, and that the change was not temporary and was not the kind that comes from novelty or excitement and passes. A year and a half later, I still noticed the man at the market with the bread. I still read the church notice board. The noticing has not faded. I want to spend a little time on the lunchtime study group because it was a more important part of the year than I have so far given it credit for, and because the individual people in it deserve more than the brief mentions I have made. The group met in a room that was simultaneously very comfortable and entirely unpretentious. The chairs, as I've said, were plastic, of the kind you find in church halls everywhere, apparently designed to be functional without being either comfortable or uncomfortable enough to become a distraction. There was a table at the side with a kettle and a jar of instant coffee and a box of tea bags, and on Fridays, biscuits that no one was quite sure who brought. There was a window that looked onto a backyard with a wall and a wheelie bin and a patch of sky. There was a whiteboard with a previous meeting's notes that were never quite fully erased, so that whatever was being discussed was always set against the ghostly residue of something discussed before. The people, Helen, I have described. I want to add only this, that she had a quality of faith that was entirely without performance. She did not have the particular brightness that some religious people acquire, a brightness that is often, I have found, a kind of armour rather than a genuine luminosity. Her faith was quieter than that. It was present in the way she listened, the way she asked questions that assumed the text had something to say before she had decided what it was, the way she held difficulty without rushing to dissolve it. She had been attending the group for years. She brought biscuits on Fridays, and I am still not entirely sure she admitted it. Peter, I have described at length and will continue to describe. What I want to add here is something about the way he engaged with a text. He was a scientist by training and a Christian by experience, which gave him a particular way of sitting with the relationship between evidence and trust, between what you can demonstrate and what you can only inhabit. He was not defensive about the faith, which I found unusual and refreshing. He did not need it to win arguments. He just believed it, and explained why when asked, and did not require you to reach the same conclusions by the same route. There was a woman called Agnes, originally from Kenya, who had moved to London in her 30s and worked as a nurse at the hospital near Hammersmith. She was in her 50s and had been a Christian her whole life, and had a density of faith that I found both formidable and entirely warm. She had buried a husband, raised 3 children largely alone, managed a career in a system that was sometimes unkind to people like her, and she had come through all of it not embittered and not falsely cheerful, but with a quality of groundedness that was unlike anything I had encountered. She asked the best questions in the group. They were always the ones that nobody else had thought to ask, the ones that came from a depth of lived experience that the text could not be tidied around. There was a young man called Dan, a student in his early 20s, who was working through what he believed with the thoroughness of someone who takes belief seriously, and who is not yet sure whether the ones he was given will hold the weight he needs to put on them. He was earnest in the way that 22-year-olds who are really thinking can be earnest, with a slight excess of confidence in the conclusions he had reached this week, and a slight excess of doubt about everything else. I liked him. He reminded me of myself at an earlier stage, asking the questions that needed to be asked before you could ask the better ones. There were others who came and went, attending when they could, absent when they couldn't, bringing their particular lives and questions with them each time. The group had the quality that good groups have of being more than the sum of its parts, of creating, by the fact of meeting regularly in the same room with the same intention, a space that was somehow available for things that would not have happened elsewhere. I came, in the end, to think of the lunchtime study as one of the primary places of my formation. Not the church, not the preparation course, not the conversations with Peter or my aunt, but this room with the plastic chairs and the kettle and the wheelie bin visible through the window. The formation that happened here was not dramatic. It was the formation of a muscle being used regularly, small and incremental, building something over time that you only fully notice when you need it and find it there. There is a chapter I have been avoiding, partly because it is difficult to write, and partly because it touches something private, in a way that the other chapters do not. I want to write it here, briefly, because this account of a year of faith would be incomplete without some account of what the centre of that faith felt like from the inside. Prayer. I had prayed before, as I have said. I had prayed the way you perform any deeply ingrained habit, with muscle memory, with a certain automatism, with the form intact even when the content had become elusive. The movements of Salah. The Arabic words that I had learned as a small child, and that lived in a different part of my memory than other learned things, the part where the deeply ingrained things are kept, below the reach of ordinary forgetting. What I was learning to do in the months I am describing was something different. I was learning to pray in a way that was, paradoxically, much less sophisticated and much more direct. No form, no special language, no particular posture, though I tended to sit still, sometimes with my eyes closed, sometimes looking at nothing specific. Just speech. The speech of someone addressing another person, specific and immediate without the architecture of a formal address. I found this very hard at first. The difficulty was partly technical. I did not know the conventions, though I gradually understood that there were no conventions exactly, only habits and suggestions, and partly something more fundamental. The difficulty was the difficulty of believing, really believing in the nerve-ending sense that someone was there, that the words were going somewhere, that the attention I was trying to bring to this practice was being met by an attention from the other side. I had believed in God in some form my whole life, but believing in God and believing that God is present here in this room, listening to this specific person say these specific things, these are different kinds of believing, and the second requires something that the first does not. I do not know how to describe the moment when the second kind of believing settled in, except to say that it settled gradually and then suddenly, the way understanding tends to, a long period of not quite having it, and then a morning when you wake up and you have it, and you cannot point to the exact moment of transition, but the transition is real. What I began to experience in prayer once this had settled was not usually anything dramatic. It was not visionary or ecstatic. It was more like the experience I had described to Peter. The particular quietness, the volume turning down, and the sense of being accompanied. Of not being alone with my thoughts in the way I had been alone with them before, when thinking was something that happened entirely within the confines of my own mind, turning on itself, getting louder and more circular the longer it went on. Now, when I thought in a different kind of space. The thoughts were still mine, but they were not only mine. They were thoughts I was bringing somewhere, presenting somewhere, and the somewhere received them without judgment and without the particular kind of pressure that comes from showing your thoughts to another person. The privacy was intact, but the solitude was gone. This sounds contradictory. I think it was not. Agnes said something to me once at the end of a study session when we were the last two in the room and I had asked her something about prayer. She said, "Prayer is not a technique you master. It is a relationship you enter. And like all relationships, it starts awkward and uncertain, and over time it becomes the thing you rely on without thinking about it, the thing you reach for." I said, "How long does that take?" She said, "As long as it takes," and then a bit longer. She said this cheerfully, with the cheerfulness of someone who knows that it is also true and that the truth of it is not discouraging. There are before and after stories, and I am, I suppose, telling one. But I want to be careful about the before and after framing, because I think it tends to do something to a story that is unfair both to the before and to the after. The before, I was not a bad person. I was not, in any dramatic sense, lost. I was living with a quality of interior distance from myself that made everything slightly grey, slightly muffled, slightly less present than it might have been. I was doing the external things correctly, working, attending, observing, and the internal thing was running on empty. This is not the same as disaster. I know people in the same condition who continue their whole lives without finding what I found, and who manage nevertheless to love people and do good work and find moments of real happiness. The condition is livable, it is not acute. What the faith gave me was not a rescue from awfulness. It was something more like the restoration of a faculty that had been partially suspended. A reconnection to the actual texture of experience, the grain of things, the particular qualities of particular moments. I have tried to describe this in various ways throughout this account. The changed quality of the noticing, the morning light in March, the sense of the world as inhabited. And I am aware that these descriptions may sound like the conversion testimony of someone in the early stages of enthusiasm, when everything is bright and new. I have thought about this a great deal. I have tried to be honest with myself about whether what I experienced was a genuine and lasting change or a temporary shift in mood associated with a significant life event. I think it was a genuine and lasting change, and here is why I think so. It has been tested. The year that I am describing was not an easy year, and the difficult parts of it were not background noise but central difficulties, the kind that do not allow for rose-coloured reading. The conversation with my mother, the silence of my brother, the grief of departure from the family home in Cairo and the uncertainty of return. These things were hard and I felt them fully, and the faith did not make them not hard. What the faith gave me in the hard parts was what I said before: ground to stand on. Not comfort exactly in the sense of relief from difficulty. Ground, the sense that the difficulty was not the whole of the story, that it was being held by something that was not indifferent to it, that there was meaning in it even when I could not see the meaning clearly. The after is not a picture of someone floating above their difficulties with a serene expression. The after is someone who has the same difficulties and is handling them differently because the thing she is standing on is solid. That is what I have been trying to say, in all the various ways I have been trying to say it. My mother called back. 3 days after the conversation I described in Chapter 11, I had been both expecting and dreading this call. The first call had ended abruptly, and I had been sitting, since then, with the uncertainty of not knowing what the next conversation would bring. She called on a Wednesday evening. I answered on the second ring. She said, "I have been thinking." I said, "Yes." She said, "I do not understand this. I want you to know that I still do not understand it. But I have been thinking about you, about who you are, about the kind of person you have always been, and I want to say something." I waited. She said, "I have always known that you thought about things differently. Since you were a small girl, you asked questions that your brother never asked. You were not satisfied with the answer that was given. This was sometimes very tiring, your father will tell you. But it was also, I could see even when you were small, a seriousness. You were a serious person." I said, "Yes." She said, "What you have done is not something a careless person does. I know that. I know you did not do it lightly. I know you thought about it for a long time." I said, "A very long time." She said, "This does not mean I agree with it. I do not agree with it. I am a Muslim woman, and I will remain a Muslim woman. And I believe you have made a mistake that you may one day come back from. But," she paused. She said, "But you are my daughter, and your Aunt Mariam is still my husband's sister, and I am not going to—" Another pause as she found the right words. "I am not going to close the door." I said, "Mama." She said, "Do not thank me as if I am doing you a favour. I am doing what a mother does. I am keeping the door open because you are my daughter, and the door should always be open." I said, "I know. I know that is what you are doing. But it matters. It matters very much to me." She said, "Come home in the spring. Your father wants to see you. I want to see you. Bring your translation projects or whatever you are working on and sit with your father in the evenings and let him talk to you about the news. He misses you." I said, "I miss him too." She said, "And Nadia?" I said, "Yes." She said, "If you pray in this new way of yours, pray for us, for your father and for me, whatever else you are doing that you can do." I said, "I have been doing it since October." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said very quietly, "Good." We talked for another 20 minutes about smaller things. Kareem and Dahlia and the approaching due date, the roof which had been repaired, a friend of my mother's who was getting married for the second time. When we rang off, I sat in the flat for a long time in the particular stillness that follows something important, and I thought about what it means to have a mother who keeps the door open even when she cannot understand what is on the other side of it. I prayed. I prayed for her, in my uncertain conversational way, with a specificity that felt new. Her face, her voice, the kitchen where she always stood, the way she held me at the door. I prayed that she would, in time, understand something. Not everything. I was not asking for everything. Just enough to see me clearly. Enough to know that her daughter, different as she was, well. I have described Peter largely in terms of how he appeared to me, which is the only honest way I could have described him in those months. But I want, here, to say something about him that I came to understand over time. because he is not only a figure in my story, but a person with a story of his own. He had grown up in a Ghanaian Christian family in South London, the second of 4 children, in a household where the faith was present in a similar way to how it had been present in mine. Structurally, rhythmically, assumed rather than argued for. His father was a deacon at their local church, his mother a Sunday school teacher. He had grown up inside the faith the way you grow up inside a language, without being aware of its grammar, because you had never known anything else. Then, in his early 20s, the same thing had happened to him that happens to a great many people at that age. He had encountered the version of the world that operates as if none of it were true, and had found that he did not have, yet, the resources to hold his faith in the presence of that world. Not because the arguments against it were unanswerable, but because he had never been given the faith in a form he could interrogate and rebuild. He had only been given it in a form he could inhabit or leave. He left. He had spent several years, he told me, in what he called a fog. Not an unhappy fog exactly. He had been living his life, pursuing his career, enjoying the normal things. But interior, quiet, at a distance from himself in a way that I recognized immediately because it was how I had been. The mechanism was different, but the feeling was the same. He had come back through a series of conversations with a man at his school, an older teacher called Mr. Owusu, who had the kind of faith that doesn't announce itself, but that is simply present in every interaction, the way certain people carry something in them that you cannot name, but that you recognize when you are close to it. They had talked over many months, over after-school cups of tea in the staff room, and Peter had asked his questions, and Mr. Owusu had answered them with the patience of someone who understands that the questions have to be honoured before any answer is worth giving. He had returned to the faith not as the faith of his parents exactly, but as something he had examined and chosen, in the same way I had come to it, with full knowledge of the cost, and with the understanding that the cost was right because the thing was true. He had been at St. Andrew's for 2 years when I met him. He had been coming to the lunchtime study for a year. He had not, in that time, met anyone who made the inside of his head feel as comfortable as he was used to keeping it. He said this to me once when we were sitting in the restaurant in December, and the evening was running long, and we were both past the point of editing ourselves. He said, "The way you think about things is very similar to the way I think about things. The questions you ask are the questions I would ask." I said, "That either means we are very well suited or that we have the same blind spots." He said, "Possibly both. But I find I do not mind the risk." I said, "No, neither do I." This was not quite the conversation in the street, not quite the moment of declaration. But it was close, and we both knew it, and the knowing of it sat between us comfortably, like something that had been put down in the right place. I want to return to the April visit and spend more time in it because I have given it only the broad strokes, and there are details that matter. The first evening after my father and I had sat together, and Karim and Dahlia had come, and we had all eaten at the table. I lay in my old room in the apartment in Madi, and looked at the ceiling and felt the city around me. The sound of it, the weight of it, the peculiar density of Cairo at night, which is never quite silent, which goes on being itself with an indifference to the hour that I have always found, even when I was not glad of it, oddly reassuring. The room was the same room it had been since I was 12. The same curtains, the same desk, the same arrangement of the furniture that my mother had imposed, and that no one had altered since. There were still books on the shelf that I had read at 14, 15, 16. There was still the mark on the wall behind the door where Karim had thrown something during an argument that neither of us could now remember. There was still, on the windowsill, the small stone I had brought back from a school trip to Luxor when I was 13, which I had put there for no reason I could now reconstruct, and which had remained because no one had moved it. I lay in that room and breathed the air of the apartment, which had its own particular smell compounded of many years of my family's particular life, and felt the grief and the love of it hit me simultaneously, which is how it always hits when you understand that a place has become both fully yours and no longer yours at the same time. I prayed in that room, quietly, lying on the bed in the dark, in the language I still found most natural for serious things. I prayed for my parents in the room down the corridor, my father with his careful breathing, my mother whose love was a wall around all of us and who could not understand what had gotten into her daughter. I prayed for Karim and Dahlia and the baby who was not yet born and who would grow up in a family where her aunt was a Christian and her great-aunt was a Christian, and nobody quite knew what to do with either of them. I prayed for my Aunt Mariam across the city, alone in her flat with her books and her coffee, and the life she had built in the margins of the life the family expected. I did not pray for resolution. I had learned, by this point, not to pray for resolution, because resolution is not always the right shape for the thing that is needed. I prayed for presence, for the capacity to be where I was, fully, without armour, and to let the love in and let it matter. In the morning, my mother made breakfast. She made it with the thoroughness she brought to everything practical, the table set properly, the eggs done the right way, the bread from the baker down the street. My father came to the table in his dressing gown and looked at me with the fond, assessing look and said, "You look tired." I said, "I slept late, but it was a short sleep." He said, "Cairo time." I said, "Cairo time." He poured tea and said, "Your Aunt Mariam called this morning. She wanted to be sure you had arrived safely." I said, "I will call her." He said, "She also said to tell you she has made kashari." I said, "Then I will call her very soon." He made the almost laugh sound again, the same one he had made in October on the phone. There was something loosening in it, not all the way loose, but moving. I held it carefully, the way you hold things that are moving in the right direction, with attention and without pressure. I should say something about the summer, between the April visit and the autumn that followed, because summers in London, when they happen, are worth recording, and because the summer of that year had a quality that I want to preserve. Peter and I were, by the summer, a fact, not yet a formal one. We had not used any particular words or had any declaratory conversation, but a daily fact in the way that the flat and the church and the charity were daily facts. He was present in the texture of my life, the person I called when something happened, the person I thought of when I encountered something interesting, the person whose opinion I found myself considering when I was trying to think something through. We spent Saturdays together, mostly, when the summer allowed for it. Walking, because walking is one of the things London is best for, particularly in June and July, when the parks are full of the particular joy of a city that is not usually warm, experiencing warmth with an excess of appreciation that is very British and that I find very touching. We walked through Hyde Park and along the canal at Little Venice and through the market at Portobello, which Peter had strong views about in terms of the best fruit stall and the best bread, views he expressed with a mildness that was entirely sincere and that meant he was right about most of them. We talked about everything. This is what I remember most about those Saturday walks, the range and ease of the talking, the way one subject led to another without self-consciousness, the way two people can spend a whole afternoon walking through a city and find at the end of it that they have covered topics ranging from the history of the transatlantic slave trade to the best way to cook spinach, and that both kinds of conversation feel equally serious and equally right. Helen saw us once at the market at Portobello. She and Rosie were there for the same reasons we were, and she saw us before we saw her. And when we turned around and found her, she had an expression that she was trying to make neutral and not entirely succeeding. She had clearly been expecting this. She was glad about it, in the contained, non-theatrical way she was glad about things. She said, "Oh, how nice to see you both." Rosie, who was in a phase of frank appraisal, looked at Peter and said, "Are you Mum's colleague's boyfriend?" Peter said with perfect composure. "I am hoping to be." Rosie considered this for a moment. Then she said, "Right. What do you think of these figs?" Helen and I looked at each other. I was trying not to laugh. Helen had given up trying. Peter said, "I think they look very good. Shall we get some?" We bought figs from the stall together, the four of us, and then stood in the market eating them in the sunshine, talking about nothing in particular. And it was so entirely ordinary and so entirely right that I felt, standing there with the fig in my hand and the summer around us, a happiness so plain and uncomplicated that it seemed to require no words. Joyce saw us at church, shortly after that. She came up to me after the service and took both my hands, and looked at me, and then looked at Peter, and then back at me. She said, "That man has good eyes." I said, "He does." She said, "In good sense, from what I can see." I said, "A great deal of good sense." She said, "Good. Then I am very pleased." She released my hands and went to get her coat, and Peter, who had heard all of this, said to me very quietly, "I like that woman enormously." I said, "I know, everyone does." Something had been growing in me, through the summer and into the autumn of the second year, that I had been noticing without quite naming. David had raised it in January, the question of what I wanted to give, the translation project. But it had been growing into something larger than that, and by October, when the year of my baptism had completed its cycle, and I was sitting in the church on the anniversary Sunday, with the same quality of autumn light coming through the windows that had been there the first time I came, I understood what it was. I wanted to do the same work with other people that my aunt and Peter and David and Helen and Agnes and the whole community of St. Andrew's had done with me. Not in the same way. Not preaching. I am not a preacher and do not wish to be one. And not the direct, urgent evangelism that is the public face of Christian mission and that tends to make everyone in the vicinity, including the person doing it, slightly uncomfortable. What I wanted was something more like what Samira had done for my aunt, or Helen had done for me, or Peter had done in the staff room with a man called Mr. Owusu. The work of presence. The work of being someone who can be known, truly known, and who does not require the knowing to lead anywhere except toward honesty. I had the languages, Arabic, English, French. I had the background, the experience of being someone who had come to this faith from a very specific cultural and religious context that was not usually represented in the kind of church I was sitting in. I had, by this point, a year and a half of formation, of the kind that comes from being in community with people who take faith seriously and who are willing to do the work of understanding it and living it. I talked to David about it after the October service. He listened to me describe it and then said something that I had not expected. He said, "I wonder if you have thought about whether this is something you might pursue formally." I said, "I don't know what that means exactly." He said, "There are training programs. There are various routes in the Church of England toward ordained ministry, and there are also routes toward lay ministry, which is specifically what you are describing: the ministry of presence, the ministry of community, the ministry that is not primarily about preaching, but about being a known and trusted person through whom others can find their way." I said, "I hadn't thought about it as something formal." He said, "You don't have to." Plenty of the best ministry happens entirely informally, and that is exactly as it should be. But I think there is something in you that is specifically gifted for this work, and I have been watching it develop since you walked into this church. I am not suggesting you rush toward any particular path. I am suggesting you remain open to it. I sat with this for several weeks. I talked to Peter about it. He was unsurprised by David's suggestion, in a way that suggested he had already been thinking along similar lines, which I found both affirming and slightly annoying in the way that it is sometimes annoying to discover that someone has arrived at a conclusion about you before you have. He said, "Does it feel right?" I said, "It feels terrifying." He said, "That is not a no." I said, "No, it is not a no." He said, "Then I think you already know what direction you are facing." I said, "I am beginning to." We had the conversation in November. We were at the kitchen table in the flat. This kitchen table which had hosted so many of the important conversations of this year, which had had my mother's letter on it, and my mother's second letter, and the funding report, and now this. And Peter had made tea, which he did with the same settled competence he brought to most things. And we were both sitting with our cups, and there was a quality in the air of something that needed to be said. I said, "I want to talk about what we are." He said, "Good. So do I." I said, "I am not sure how to say it exactly." He said, "Let me try, then, and you can correct me where I am wrong." I said, "All right." He said, "I love you, Nadia. I have loved you since some point in the spring, and I have been hoping that what you feel is the same, and I believe it is, based on various things you have said and done that I have been paying attention to. And I would like, if you are willing, for us to move towards something more permanent. Not immediately. I am not asking you anything specific today. I am telling you the direction I am facing, and asking if you are facing the same direction." I said, "Yes." He said, "Yes?" I said, "Yes, I love you. And yes, I am facing the same direction." He let out a breath. He said, "Good. I have been holding that for some time." I said, "April, you said." He said, "April." I said, "You held it for 7 months." He said, "You needed time." I said, "I did. You were right about that." He looked at me over his teacup. He said, "I want to meet your family." I said, "I know." He said, "I want them to know who I am. I want your father to know who is with his daughter. I think that matters." I said, "It does matter. It matters to me that you think so." He said, "Your aunt I will meet. I am looking forward to that very much, based on everything you have told me." I said, "She is going to like you enormously. She is going to be brisk and perceptive and slightly alarming, and then ask you something very precise about something you care about, and you are going to understand immediately why I love her." He said, "I believe you." We sat in the kitchen of the flat in November with our tea, and outside the street was doing its November thing, and the radiator was clicking with heat, and the kettle was where it always was on the counter, and the shelf with the Bible and the notebook was visible through the open door of the main room, and I thought, this is it. This is the life. The ordinary, particular, daily fact of it. Not the moments of drama or the moments of clarity or the thresholds and their crossings. This. The tea, the table, the person across it who loves you, the ordinary, imperfect, sustaining beauty of a life being lived. I put my hand on the table, and he put his over it, and we sat in the warm November kitchen, and outside the street was going about its business, and somewhere in Cairo my mother was probably in her kitchen too, and my aunt was probably reading, and my father was probably watching the news, and none of them knew yet exactly who was sitting with me at this table or what it meant, but they would, in time. And the door was open. I want to stay in Cairo for a while longer, because I rushed through the first visit in a way that did not do justice to the city or to what it was like to be in it as the person I was becoming. Cairo is one of those cities that has a quality of being both very old and very loud, a combination that in other places would be a contradiction, but that in Cairo is simply the nature of the place. The old part and the loud part are not in tension. The old part, the layers of civilization going back millennia, the pharaonic stone and the Coptic churches and the medieval Islamic architecture, all present simultaneously in a city that has never cleared itself of its own history, is what gives the loudness its ground. The city makes noise because it is alive, has been alive for thousands of years, and has learned that being alive requires making yourself heard. I had grown up in this city without being fully aware of what it was. You cannot be fully aware of your native city in the way that you are aware of a city you come to as an adult. The native city is the default condition, the thing that everything else is measured against, the standard of normality that you carry around with you, and only discover you are carrying when something elsewhere is different. In London, I had been constantly aware of Cairo, the London street in contrast to the Cairo street, the London light in contrast to the Cairo light, the particular quality of the London quiet, which is not very quiet but is quieter than Cairo, in contrast to the Cairo sound. Coming back, I was aware of Cairo in the opposite way, as London in contrast. The airport at night, busier than Heathrow ever felt, the particular energy of arrival in a city that never quite sleeps. The taxi through the streets, the driver talking on his phone, and navigating simultaneously with a skill that suggested these were not two separate activities, but aspects of a single one. The familiar signs in Arabic, the familiar advertisements on the buildings, the familiar smell of the city at night, which is not unpleasant, but is very specific. I was also aware, this visit, of something I had not been as aware of before, the Christian presence in Cairo. Mariam's church, when I walked past it, on the Thursday on my way to her flat, seemed different to me than it had on previous walks past it. I had registered it before as a building of a certain type, a Coptic church in a neighbourhood full of such buildings, the cross above the door the way the crescent was above the mosques that were also everywhere. Now I looked at it differently. Now I knew what went on inside it, not in the abstract way of knowing that a building is a house of worship, but in the specific way of knowing the smell of old wood and incense, the sound of singing, the particular quality of attention that a congregation brings to a shared thing. I had been, briefly, part of a congregation like that. Not the same tradition, not the same liturgy, not the same language, but the same essential thing, the same turning towards something, the same practice of gathering in the same place with the same intention, week after week, until the gathering becomes a thing that holds you rather than a thing you have to hold. I walked past the church on the Thursday morning and looked at it for a moment, standing on the pavement in the April sun, and felt what I can only describe as recognition. The recognition of someone who has found the same thing in a different country and a different form, and who understands that the same thing can wear many clothes and remain itself. The lunch with my aunt that Thursday, I have described it already in its broad outlines. I want to add the details. The kashari was, as it always was, very good. She made it with the particular attention she brought to anything she was good at, the tomato sauce with the right amount of spice, the fried onions on top with the proper degree of crispness, the proportions of pasta and rice and lentils in the right ratio. We ate at the table by the window, and the courtyard outside was doing its afternoon thing, the old tree moving slightly in a warm wind, a cat on the wall moving along it with the focused abstraction of cats. We talked about the family, about my father's reading, which she found significant, about my mother's door, which she also found significant. She said, "Your mother is a remarkable woman. I have not always felt that she understood me, or me her, but she loves her children in a way that makes most other forms of love look careless. She will not close the door. Whatever else she is, she will not close the door." I said, "I have always known that, but knowing it and feeling it in the difficult moments are different things." She said, "Yes, in the difficult moments you doubt the things you know. That is what the difficult moments do." I said, "How do you manage that?" She said, "I pray, and I call you." I laughed. It was a real laugh, the kind that comes from somewhere genuine. She said, "And in the absence of those options, I make bread." She went on, "The bread is important. I do not say this frivolously. There is something about the making of bread, the particular combination of effort and patience, and the yielding to a process you cannot fully control, that is very good for the mind in a difficult period. Your grandmother made bread every Friday. I did not know when I was young and watching her that I was watching a spiritual practice. I understand it now." I said, "That is very wise." She said, "I have had years to work these things out." We finished the kashari and cleared the table. She made coffee on the stovetop with the small pot she'd used for as long as I had known her, the same ritual, the same patience over the heat. She brought it to the table in the same cup she always used. She said, "Tell me about Peter." I told her about the conversation in the street. I told her about Christmas. I told her about the November tea in the kitchen. She listened carefully, with a quality of attention that was not just good listening, but something more. She was fitting what I said into what she already knew about me, seeing whether the shape of it was right. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. She said, "Is he kind?" I said, "Profoundly." She said, "Is he honest?" I said, "Yes, almost to a fault, but in the right way. He is not brutal, he's just clear." She said, "And does he know who he is?" This was the most important question. I had not thought of it in those terms before she asked it, but I recognized it immediately as the right question. I said, "Yes, more than almost anyone I know. He has been around himself long enough to have settled into himself." She said, "That is rare, in a man of any age, but particularly of his age." I said, "I know." She said, "I want to meet him. I have said this. I mean it seriously. Not because I need to approve. You are not asking for my approval. But because he is going to be important to you, and the people who are important to you are important to me." I said, "I know that too." She looked at me across the table in the afternoon of her flat, the coffee between us, the courtyard behind me. She said, "You have grown up this year." I said, "I think I was a long time in doing it." She said, "You did it at the right pace. That is not a criticism. I did not grow up until I was past 40, and then only because something made it necessary. You are ahead of me." I said, "I had you. I was not alone in it." She looked at the table and then back at me. She said, "No, neither of us was alone." There is a conversation I have been saving, partly because it happened late in the year I am describing, and partly because it is the conversation in which I understood something about Helen that I had not fully understood before. We were walking back from the charity to the tube station on a Thursday evening in late October, about a month after the baptism. The evenings were dark early now, and the city had its November approaching quality, the cafes with their lights on, the damp on the pavements, the people moving with the purposeful speed of those who are cold and getting colder. Helen said, "Can I ask you something?" I said, "Of course." She said, "When you first came to the study group in January, were you frightened?" I said, "Of the group?" She said, "Of the whole thing. Of what it meant that you were there." I said, "Very frightened, yes. I was frightened every time I did anything that moved me a step further in this direction. I think I was frightened for most of the year. She said, I thought so. I recognized it. I said, have you been frightened? She said, not in the same way. I was raised in it, the church, the faith. My fear was different. My fear was about whether any of it was real, whether what I'd been given was a genuine thing or a comfort, a habit, a cultural inheritance that I was too attached to question. I said, and? She said, and I had to question it. I had to take it apart and see what was underneath. And what was underneath was either nothing, which was one possibility, or something, which was the other. I chose to look. It took a long time. I looked, and what was underneath was something. I said, when did you know that? She said, when my marriage ended. I know that sounds, she paused, counterintuitive, as if pain proved something. But it wasn't that. It was more that in the worst period of it, I had nothing left but the faith. And the faith turned out to be sufficient. It did not make things easier. It made them survivable. And that turned out to be enough of a proof for me. We walked in silence for a moment. The street was busy with people going home. I said, I didn't know it had been that hard for you. She said, it was. I don't usually talk about it, but you are not usually you. I said, what does that mean? She said, it means that you are someone who takes things seriously and who is honest about where they are, and that makes it possible to be honest back. Most people, when they ask how I am, want a particular kind of answer. You ask as if you want to know. I said, I do want to know. She said, I know you do. That's why I'm telling you. We reached the tube station. She stopped and looked at me in the light from the station entrance. She said, I am very glad you came through that door on that Sunday morning. I am glad you came to the study group. I am glad you are here. I said, I am glad too. I am glad you were the one who mentioned it. She said, I almost didn't. I thought it might be too much. I said it wasn't too much. It was exactly the right amount. She nodded. She said, good. See you tomorrow. She went down into the tube. I stood on the pavement for a moment, in the October dark, and thought about all the small things that add up to a life. A mention of a study group, a door left open, a question asked at the right time. None of them large in themselves. All of them, together, the shape of something. I want to say something about Rosie because she was in some ways the simplest and most unexpected teacher of that year. She was 10, almost 11, by the time we spent Christmas together. She had the frank, slightly scientific quality of certain children. She observed things carefully and reported her observations without the social editing that adults apply to most of their perceptions. This meant that she was sometimes startling and always honest. She had known, from early on, that I was not from the church, in the way that her mother and the other people she knew from church were from it. She did not know the theological details. Helen had not explained, and I had not volunteered them. But she had, with the accuracy of children, understood that I was in a different relationship to the whole enterprise than the people who had grown up inside it. She asked me about this once, in December, when we were in the kitchen at Helen's house while Helen was doing something in the other room. She was eating a biscuit and reading something at the table, and she looked up and said, "Do you believe in God?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Since when?" I said, "Since about a year and a half ago, more or less." She said, "What changed?" I said, "I read something and it was true." She considered this. She said, "Is that all?" I said, "It started with that. Then a lot of other things happened." She said, "What kind of other things?" I said, The kind where you find out that the thing you read is true in practice, not just on the page. She chewed her biscuit thoughtfully. She said, "I've always believed. I don't know if that's the same thing." I said, "I think it might be a different path to the same thing." She said, "Like maths. Some people understand it from reading about it, and some people understand it from doing it." I said, "Yes, exactly like that." She seemed satisfied with this. She went back to her reading. I went back to what I had been doing, which was nothing in particular, and I thought about her description. Reading it, doing it, arriving at the same understanding. She had, without intending to and with 10-year-old directness, described something that I had been trying to say for months and had not quite managed to say that clearly. Helen came back in and saw my expression and said, "What?" I said, "Rosie just explained my entire year in one sentence." Helen looked at Rosie. Rosie looked up and said, "I did?" Helen said, "What did you say?" Rosie said, "I just said maths." Helen looked at me. I said, "It was the right comparison." Helen shook her head with the fond exasperation of a mother who has learned to accept that her daughter is often correct. I want to end where I began, in the flat, in winter, with the rain. It is February again. Not the same February, a different one, a year on from the one where this account began. The flat is the same flat. The two windows are the same windows. The view from the back window is the same view, except that the man who moved into the garden has made something of it now. There are raised beds, and in them the early promise of things to come. In spring, the dark earth turned and waiting. A great deal has changed. I am preparing for an assessment meeting in March about the lay ministry training that David and I discussed in October. I do not know yet whether it will go forward, and I am learning to hold the not knowing without anxiety, which is a skill I am still acquiring. What I know is that the direction is right. I know it in the same way I knew a year ago that the baptism was right. Not because everything was clear, but because the direction was. Peter is coming for dinner tonight. This is now a fact of my life, not a special occasion. He comes for dinner, or we go out, or we walk through the city on Saturday mornings. He has become the texture of my days in the way that only someone you love can become. Present even when absent, there even when not there. He came with me on the last visit to Cairo in October and met my parents, and sat with my father in the evenings and let him talk about the news. And my father, I say this knowing what it cost him and what it represented, was polite and then warm, and then, by the end of the week, genuinely himself with Peter, which is a form of acceptance that I will hold for a long time. My mother made him kashari on the third evening. This is not an accident. This is my mother's highest domestic language. She made him kashari, and she watched him eat it with the attention she gives to anyone eating something she has made. And he ate it with full appreciation and said the right things about it. And she looked at him with something that was not yet understanding, but was the thing before understanding. Openness. The willingness to be changed by what she sees. Karim was at dinner that evening too. He was quieter than usual around Peter and around me, in a way that I recognised as Karim processing something rather than having processed it. He is not yet reconciled, but at the end of the evening he walked us to the street, and he put his hand on my arm briefly and said, "I hope you are happy, Nadia." And I said, "I am." And he said, "Good. That is what matters. It is not everything, but it is not nothing." My aunt came to Cairo from Heliopolis for the day when Peter and I were there. She and Peter sat at her kitchen table and talked for 2 hours, while I made tea and, occasionally, contributed and mostly watched. She asked him everything. She asked about his faith, his work, his family, his years away from the church and his years returned to it. She asked him what he thought his purpose was. He answered everything without defensiveness and with the particular quality of clarity he has when he is being asked something he has already thought about carefully. She watched him with her full attention. Afterward, when he had gone to wait for me at the bottom of the stairs, she looked at me and said, "He knows who he is." I said, "I know." She said, "Good. That is what I wanted to know." I said, "I told you." She said, "Telling and seeing are different things." I had to see. I said, "And?" She said, "And you were right." She kissed me on both cheeks, the way she always does, the way she has been kissing me since I was small. She said, "Go and be happy, niece. You have done the hard work. Go and be happy now." So here I am, February again, in the flat, with the rain coming sideways off the Uxbridge Road, which is doing the very same thing it was doing when this account began. The man below is in the garden despite the rain, which suggests he is the dedicated kind of gardener, or the kind who believes that you should not let the weather make your decisions for you, which is a philosophy I have come to appreciate. I am not done. That is the most honest way to end this. I am not done with the conversations with my family, not done with the formation that the community at St. Andrew's is still doing in me, not done with the learning of prayer, not done with the slow work of becoming the person I am trying to be. I am not done with Karim, who will come around in his own time, and who I will not hurry. I am not done with my mother, who keeps the door open, and who is, I believe, already doing the slow work of understanding, even if she does not know she is doing it. I am not done with the lay ministry question, which is still open. I am not done with the life that is being built carefully and with great deliberateness between me and Peter. The green New Testament is still on my shelf. I kept it, the one that started everything. It is beside my own copy now, the annotated one, and the two of them sit there together on the shelf, the found book and the chosen book, which seems to me a fair representation of how this year went. Something found, and then a choosing. I am trying to choose well. I am trying to love well. I am trying to hold the things that need to be held, and trust the things that need to be trusted, and walk in the direction I know is right, even when the walking is hard. My mother asks in her letters now, not about Tariq Mansour. That subject seems to have been finally retired, but about my work and my friends, and occasionally, carefully, about the church. These mentions are brief and offered with a tentativeness that says she is testing the ground, finding out what she can ask and how she can ask it without pain. I answer carefully and honestly in the same way. We are learning a new language between us, my mother and I. We are not fluent yet, but we are learning. My father ends his Sunday calls now with, "God keep you," which is what he has always said, and which I receive now differently than I did before, with the understanding that we are both, in our different ways, placing ourselves in the care of something larger than ourselves, and that this placing, however differently we understand the something, is what we share. It is enough. For now, it is more than enough. The rain is still coming down outside. Peter will be here in an hour. I will make dinner, and we will eat at the kitchen table that has hosted all the important moments of this year, and we will talk about everything and nothing, and in the morning I will go to work, and on Sunday I will go to church, and on Saturday my aunt will call, and life will go on being what it is, ordinary and extraordinary in equal measure, both at once, the way all real things are. The ground is here. I am standing on it. I have been describing the interior life of this year, and have perhaps given the impression that I spent my days in almost unbroken contemplation, which is both flattering and inaccurate. The truth is that most of the year was occupied, as most years are, by the unremarkable business of earning a living and managing a daily life. And I want to say something about that because the unremarkable business is where most of the actual formation happens, and it is easy to skip over it in favour of the dramatic moments. The charity, the work I did there, and the colleagues I spent my days among, these were not secondary to the year I am describing. They were the ground of it, the ordinary context in which everything else was embedded. The charity was called the Institute for Respiratory Health Research. It had 12 employees, including me, and it operated out of the converted house in the quiet street behind the Hammersmith Road. Its work involved funding small research projects at hospitals and universities around the country, managing the relationships with those institutions, and communicating the outcomes of the research to a wider audience. It was not glamorous work. It involved a great deal of email, a great deal of careful document management, and a great deal of what I can only describe as the skilled translation of scientific content into language that a charitable donor could understand and feel enthusiastic about. This last part was where I turned out to be useful. My training as a translator, even in its incomplete form, had given me a facility with language that was applicable well beyond the pair of languages I had studied. I understood instinctively the work of finding the right word, the work of carrying meaning from one register to another without losing what made it true. The research reports that I summarised for the charity's newsletter were not a different category of task from translation. They were translation. My line manager was a man called Bill, in his late 50s, a former academic who had come to charity work after a career in university research administration and who had a quality of patient thoroughness that I admired. He was not warm in the way that Helen was warm, but he was fair, which is worth at least as much, and he had noticed early that I was good at the newsletter summaries and had gradually given me more of that work and less of the purely administrative tasks. By the second year, I was managing the Oxford Partnership almost entirely myself. This was not a small thing. It involved quarterly meetings with the research team at the hospital, the management of a grant agreement that had to be renegotiated in November, and the coordination of a public-facing report that was due in January. It was work that I found genuinely absorbing, the kind that uses you fully and that leaves you tired in a satisfying rather than a depleting way. Helen was still at the next desk. The biscuits still appeared on Fridays. The kettle was still slow. The window still looked onto the quiet street. It was, in the way of good working environments, a place that was entirely itself and that asked you to be entirely yourself within it, and that is not as common as it ought to be. I brought my whole self to work in a way I had not done before that year, by which I mean I did not leave the faith at the door. I did not perform a version of myself that was neatly separated from the person who went to church on Sundays and the study group on Thursdays, and who was slowly, deliberately becoming something. I was not evangelical at work, which would have been both inappropriate and not in my nature. But I was present. Present in the way that I think the faith was making me present, more fully in contact with what was in front of me, more genuinely attentive to the people around me, more willing to let things matter. This showed up in small ways. The way I wrote to the research team in Oxford, which a colleague once said had a quality of genuine interest that he had not always felt in previous correspondence from the charity. The way I listened to Bill when he was working through a difficulty, not performing the listening but actually listening, because I had been spending months learning to listen. The way the work felt by the end of the year, not separate from the rest of my life but continuous with it. I do not know how to explain this without sounding either grandiose or vague. The faith did not make me a better administrator in any technical sense. What it did was give me a reason to care about the work that went beyond the work itself, the sense that the people whose research we were funding were doing something that mattered, that the patients who might benefit from that research were real people, that the careful work of communicating it clearly was a real service. Small and particular, but real. There is something I should say here in the middle of this account about a specific aspect of the year that I have been mentioning only obliquely and that deserves to be addressed more directly. I was Arab, Egyptian, Muslim by birth and background and culture. I was becoming Christian. These two things were not, in the abstract, incompatible. The history of Arab Christianity is older than Islam, and the Coptic church that my aunt attended had been present in Egypt for 2,000 years. But in the practical, social, immediate sense of navigating the world as I was navigating it, they produced a particular kind of complexity. In the Arabic-speaking world, and in many Arabic-speaking communities in London, the word Muslim is sometimes used interchangeably with the word Arab, in the same way that the word Christian was once used interchangeably with the word European. It is a cultural identification as much as a religious one. To leave Islam in this context is to do something more than change your beliefs. It is to step outside a cultural identity that is bound up with family and community and history in ways that are very difficult to separate out. I was not stepping outside my culture. I was not becoming English or Western or any of the other things that leaving Islam is sometimes assumed to mean in the imagination of people who have not met many people who have done it. I was still Egyptian. I still thought in Arabic before I thought in English, still understood jokes in Arabic that did not survive translation, still felt the specific gravity of my family and my city and my history with a force that was entirely unchanged by the faith I was arriving at. But I was aware that this was not how it would be read by some people. I was aware that there are people for whom leaving Islam means a kind of treachery, cultural, political, communal. I encountered this once during the year I am describing, at a gathering of Egyptian students in London that I attended with a friend from university. I mentioned carefully that I was attending a church. A man I did not know well looked at me with an expression that was more contemptuous than hostile and said, "So, you have become one of them?" I said, "I have become myself." He said something I chose not to hear and moved away, and I stood in the corner of the room for a moment and felt the particular sting of being misunderstood in the most fundamental way. The misunderstanding that reduces a serious, considered, costly decision to a capitulation, a selling out, a failure to maintain identity. I did not lose my temper. I want to record this, not to congratulate myself, but because it was evidence of something that was being formed in me that had not been there before. A year earlier, I would have been wounded and angry. I was wounded a little, but I was not only wounded, I was also underneath the wound, clear. Clear about who I was and what I had done and why, and clear about the fact that his misunderstanding, though it hurt, did not reach the thing he thought it reached, because the thing it reached was not the thing he thought it was. I am an Arab Christian. These words have been paired for 2,000 years. They are not at odds. What I was and am is not a defection. It is a continuation of the ancient and much misunderstood fact that the God of the Bible entered the world in the Middle East, not in Europe, and that the faith that follows from that entry has always been a Middle Eastern faith dressed in borrowed clothes when it travels west. I had, in some sense, not converted to something foreign. I had converted to something that, rightly understood, was as Egyptian as anything else in my history. The Coptic church in my aunt's neighbourhood had been there before Islam, before the Arabic language arrived in Egypt, before most of what I called Egyptian was Egyptian. I thought about this a great deal in the months of the year I am describing, because it helped me. Not that I needed the historical argument to make the faith feel legitimate. The faith felt legitimate on its own terms, as I have tried to describe. But the historical argument helped with the particular sting of being told I had betrayed my identity. I had not betrayed my identity. I had found a part of it that had been waiting beneath the other layers for a very long time. There were bad nights. I want to record this because the account I have been giving, for all its attempt at honesty, has tended toward the more articulate moments. The conversations with my aunt, the lunches with Peter, the Sundays in church, the study group with its good kettle. These are the moments that have formed what I think and what I believe, and they are the ones I return to. But between them, there were nights. The bad nights had a particular quality. They came often after the days that had been difficult with my family. The stilted phone calls, the letters with their careful silences, the knowledge that my mother was hurt and my father confused and my brother distant. They came also in the fallow periods of the faith, the periods when the quietness I had found was harder to access, when the practice of prayer felt effortful and unrewarded, when I could not feel the ground as clearly as I usually could, and the question of whether the ground was there at all came back with more force than I was always ready for. On the worst of these nights, lying in the flat in the dark with the streetlight coming through the curtains, I felt the specific loneliness of someone who has chosen a path that takes them away from the people they love and towards something that cannot yet be fully shared. I felt it in my body, not only in my mind. The physical fact of being alone in a flat in a foreign city, 30 minutes by tube from the nearest person who truly knew me, 800 miles from my parents, 3,000 miles from the flat in Mardi where I had been a child. I am not describing despair. It was not despair. Despair is the absence of hope, and hope was there, underneath the loneliness, solid and patient. But hope and loneliness are not mutually exclusive. You can have both at once. I had both at once. On these nights, I prayed. Sometimes the prayer came easily, and sometimes it did not. And the times when it did not come easily were, I gradually learned, not signs that something was wrong, but simply the harder and more ordinary version of the practice. Not every conversation flows. Not every attempt to speak to God is the same. The practice of showing up on the bad nights as on the good ones was the same practice that my aunt described when she said she had been praying for me long before I knew what I was looking for. You show up, you make the attempt is received even when you cannot feel the receiving. I also, on some of the bad nights, wrote. I kept a notebook during that year. An old-fashioned paper notebook, not a document on a screen, because there is something about paper that is right for certain kinds of writing. I wrote in it without plan or structure. Observations, questions, fragments of conversation that I wanted to preserve, descriptions of things I had seen or felt. Reading it back now, I find it honest in the way that writing at midnight is honest, without the editing that daylight tends to apply. There is an entry in March, around the time of my mother's first letter about Tariq Mansour, that says only, I am very tired of not knowing what comes next. And below it, written slightly later by the look of the ink, but I know enough. I know enough for today. That has become something like a rule for me over the course of this year. I know enough for today. The question of what comes after today is real, and I do not dismiss it. But it is also not today's question. Today's question is, am I doing what I know to be right? Am I loving the people I am called to love? Am I standing on the ground I know is there? Most days, yes. That is enough. I am going to depart, briefly, from the narrative of my year, because there is something I have been skirting around, and that I want to say directly. I believe that Jesus Christ rose from the dead. I say this here plainly, because it is the claim that everything else in this account rests on, and because I have been describing the year in which I came to believe it, without quite saying it in those terms. Everything I have said about the ground, the quietness, the presence, the changed quality of the world, all of it has this at its centre. I did not arrive at this belief easily. I arrived at it the way I arrived at most things during this year. Slowly, carefully, with a great deal of reading and a great deal of conversation and a great deal of sitting with the difficulty of what it actually implies if it is true. It is not a small claim. It is an enormous claim, the largest claim I know of, and I am aware that it makes me, in the eyes of many intelligent people, credulous at best and deluded at worst. I am not going to make the arguments here. They have been made better than I can make them, and the books that make them are findable by anyone who wants to find them. What I will say is that I found, when I looked at the question carefully, rather than dismissing it or accepting it without examination, that the evidence for the resurrection is of a different quality than the evidence for most extraordinary claims, that the witnesses were the wrong kind of witnesses, too specific, too inconvenient, including people who had every reason to recant and who didn't, for the story to have the shape of a fabrication, that the transformed behaviour of the early disciples, including people who had run away and hidden, is difficult to account for on the basis of a story they knew to be false. These are not the only arguments. They are not the ones that settled it for me. What settled it for me was something less arguable and more experiential. The sense, developed over many months of engaging with the texts and the tradition and the community, that the claim was not the kind of claim that comes from wishful thinking. Wishful thinking produces comforting beliefs. The resurrection is not particularly comforting on its own terms. It is strange and specific and demanding, and it opens up questions rather than closing them. It requires something of you. That, to me, has the quality of something that came from outside the mind that received it, rather than something the mind produced to make itself feel better. I believe it. I hold it with appropriate humility about the things I do not understand and cannot demonstrate. But I hold it. Everything else follows from it, or tries to. I received a letter from Karim in December, which surprised me because Karim was not a letter writer and had not written to me since we were both in school, and I was in the university dormitory, and he sent me a letter full of news about the neighbourhood that I still have somewhere. This letter was short. I want to reproduce it here, not word for word. It is private and it is his, but in its substance, because it represented something I had not expected. He wrote that he had been thinking for a long time about what to say, and that he had not found the right words yet, and that this letter was an attempt. He wrote that he did not understand what I had done, and that he was not sure he ever would. He wrote that he was angry, and that the anger was mixed up with something else that he was not sure of the name of, and that the mixture made it hard to speak clearly. He wrote that Dahlia had said to him more than once that he should call me or write to me, and that he had been resisting it because he did not know what to say. And then he wrote, "But I miss you. I do not know what you are now or how to think about it. But you are my sister, and I miss you, and Suha should know her aunt." That was all. He wrote 2 more lines about Suha, her current weight, her tendency to make a specific face when she was hungry that apparently bore a resemblance to my grandmother. And then He signed it with his name. I read the letter 4 times. Then I wrote back immediately, by hand on proper paper, the longest letter I had written since I was a student. I told him everything I had not yet told him directly. The year, the faith, the baptism, Mariam, Peter. I told him I missed him too. I told him I did not expect him to understand, not immediately, not quickly, and that I was not in any hurry to force him to anything. I told him I wanted to meet Suha. I told him I loved him, which is not something we said to each other, our family not being given to saying it directly, but which seemed, in this letter, necessary. He did not write back for 3 weeks. And then he called. It was not a long call. It was not resolved. There was still a quality of stiffness in it, the awkwardness of 2 people who have not yet found the new grammar of their relationship. But he called, and we talked, carefully and with pauses, about small things, and then about the letter, and then about Suha. And at the end he said, "We will figure this out." I said, "Yes, we will." He said, "It may take a while." I said, "I know, I am not going anywhere." He said, "No, I know you are not. You never do go anywhere permanently. You just change when you get there." This was such a characteristically Kareem thing to say, the slight edge, the dry accuracy, the affection underneath it, that I laughed, and after a moment he laughed too, and for a moment we were just ourselves, the way we had always been, before everything got complicated. The complications are still there, but so are we. I want to record a conversation with David Nichols that happened in the late summer of the first year, because it was one of those conversations that arrive at the right time and say something that you do not know you needed to hear until you have heard it. We were in the vestry after a Sunday service, and I had stayed behind to ask him something about the preparation course, something administrative and not particularly significant. We had answered the administrative question, and he had asked, with the attentiveness he brought to everyone who was near him, how I was finding everything. I told him honestly. I told him about the family situation, the letter, the refusal of Tariq Mansour, the conversation that was still coming with my parents. He listened. Then he said, "May I say something that may be of some comfort, or may not, but which I believe to be true?" I said, "Please." He said, "The difficult conversations you are dreading, with your mother, with your father, are not the conversations that will determine whether this is real. I have seen many people in your position, people for whom faith arrived at great cost, and the thing that most of them fear is that the cost will somehow prove that the faith is mistaken. That if God were real and present and good, the people they love would not be hurt. That the hurt is evidence against the reality." He paused. He said, "I do not think that is how it works. I think the hurt is evidence of how real it is. The cost is real because the choice is real. The pain in your family is not evidence that you have made a wrong turn. It is evidence that you have made a real one. Small, safe, inconsequential choices do not cost anything. The ones that matter cost what they cost." I sat with this. He said, "I am not suggesting the hurt is good. The hurt is not good in itself, but it is right that you feel it, and it is right that you acknowledge it, and it does not need to undermine you. It is part of the price of having found something true." I said, "I feel it very much." He said, "I know. That is exactly as it should be." He said this with such simple conviction that I found myself unexpectedly on the edge of tears. Not sad tears, the other kind, the kind that come when something true has been said accurately. He said, "Are you all right?" I said, "Yes, I am very all right actually." He said, "Good. Now go and have your Sunday." I went and had my Sunday. It was a good one. The week after the baptism had a particular quality that I want to try to describe. Everything was the same: the flat, the work, the walk past the market on the way to the tube, and everything was slightly different, in the way that the world is slightly different when you have crossed a threshold. Not transformed, shifted, moved a precise and definite distance. I was aware of being something I had not been a week before. Not different in character or in the basic facts of my life, but different in my relationship to what I believed. A week before the baptism, I had believed. Now I had stood up in public, in the presence of a community, in water, and said so. The saying so had done something to the believing, made it more explicit, more answerable for, more held by something external to myself. I thought about this for the rest of that week. The way that public declaration changes the nature of private conviction. Not that private conviction is insufficient, not that unwitnessed belief is lesser, but that there is something specific and irreversible about saying a thing out loud in front of witnesses. You cannot unsay it. The saying is a fact that exists outside yourself, held by the people who heard it, not subject to revision in the quiet of your own mind when things are difficult. I had, the week before the baptism, a recurrence of the doubt I described in an earlier chapter. The nighttime doubt. The question of whether the ground was there. I woke at 3 a.m. with the familiar sense of things being less solid than they had been. I lay in the dark and waited for it to pass, and it did, but slowly, and the slowness frightened me a little. I told David about it in the preparation session 2 days before the baptism. He received it without alarm, which was itself a kind of reassurance. He said, "This is very common. Almost everyone in the days before they are baptized experiences something like what you are describing. I think it is partly the mind's natural resistance to commitment of this kind, which is not weakness, but health, the same mechanism that produces cold feet before a wedding or nerves before any significant declaration. And I think it is partly something else, the awareness that you are about to do something that cannot be undone. The doubt is proportionate to the weight of the thing." I said, "Does it go away?" He said, "The specific doubt before the baptism? Yes. The doubt in general? No. Doubt is the companion of faith, not its enemy. You will have it throughout your life. What changes is your relationship to it. You learn over time to hold the doubt without being held by it, to let it do its work of keeping you honest without letting it become the loudest voice in the room." I said, "That is helpful." He said, "Good. Now, are you ready?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Then come on Sunday and be baptized." I came. I was baptized. And afterward, as I described, there was the tea and the cake and Joyce's hands and the September light. And Peter was there and Helen was there and my aunt was in the back row, composed and attentive, and watching her niece cross a threshold that she had crossed, alone, 11 years before. I looked at her, at one point in the proceedings, from across the room. She was talking to someone, Richard, I think, from the preparation course, and she looked up at the same moment I looked at her, and we looked at each other for a moment across the church hall, and she gave me the quiet smile, the one I have been describing throughout this account, and I understood that the smile was not only satisfaction at a thing accomplished, but recognition. The recognition of someone who had been on a road for a long time and was glad to find that they were not travelling it alone anymore. I smiled back, the same smile, or as close as I could come to it. Then someone asked me something and I turned back, and the moment was over, and the afternoon went on in the way of good afternoons. Unhurried, full, better than any single part of it. I want to address directly the question that I have been circling throughout this account, the question of where home is. I have two answers, and I want to give them both. The first answer is Cairo. Cairo is home in the original sense, the place that formed me, the place where my family is, the place that lives inside me as a set of sounds and smells, and the specific quality of light on the Nile in the late afternoon. This will not change. It does not need to change. The word home is not a zero-sum term, not a container that can only hold one thing. The second answer is more complicated. The second answer is home is where the ground is. And the ground is not a location. It is not the flat in Shepherd's Bush, or the church at the end of the road, or the lunchtime study hall with the plastic chairs. It is not London, though London has become mine in the way I have described. The ground is the thing that those places contain and facilitate, the thing I found and that my aunt found, and that my community at St. Andrew's holds between them. The sense of being known, truly known, by something that is not indifferent and is not far away. I have met this ground in many places over the course of this year. In the vestry with David, at the kitchen table with Peter, at the lunch table with Agnes, at the back of the church with Joyce's warm solidarity, in my aunt's flat with the coffee and the courtyard and the afternoon light, in my father's arms at the airport in April. Home is where you are held. By people, yes, and by the love that underlies and exceeds the love of people. I have been held this year in more ways and by more people than I knew how to receive at the beginning of it. I am learning to receive it. The learning is ongoing. There is one more thing I want to say, and then I will let this account rest. I said at the beginning that I would try to be honest. I have tried. I have tried to give the difficult things their proper weight and not to arrive at easy resolutions that would comfort the reader at the expense of accuracy. I have tried to show that the faith is not a solution to the problems it creates, that the cost is real, that the family is still uncertain, that the ground is solid, but the standing is sometimes very hard. I have also tried to show that it is true. That is the hardest thing to show, and the most important. I am aware that I am only one person, describing one experience, and that the experience of one person is not a general argument and should not be taken as one. But the personal testimony has always been part of the Christian tradition. I think of the woman at the well in John's Gospel, who went back to her village and said, "Come and see a man who told me everything I ever did." She did not argue. She invited. I am inviting, not necessarily to the same conclusions, not necessarily by the same path, but to the same willingness to look, to take the question seriously, to hold it in your hands and turn it over and see what it is made of, to resist the pressure to dismiss it quickly in either direction. The question of whether this is true is the most important question there is. It deserves the attention of the best minds and the most honest hearts, not a quick verdict from a position of certainty about what the answer must be. I looked carefully and for a long time, and I found something. Whether you will find the same thing, I cannot say. I believe you might. I hope you do. The door was left open for me by a woman I barely knew, and by a stranger who left a book on a shelf, and by an aunt who prayed in secret for 11 years. The door is open for whoever wants to come through it. Come and see. This account was written in English, which is my third language, and the language in which increasingly I think about the largest things. This is not unrelated to the faith, I think. The faith arrived in English, at least in its immediate form. The Green New Testament was in English. The church services were in English, the Bible study and the preparation course, and the conversations with David and Helen and Peter were in English. My aunt and I speak in Arabic, and the conversations with my parents are in Arabic, but the interior conversations of the faith have been, for me, in English. I find this both strange and appropriate. Strange because Arabic is the language of the religious tradition I was born into, the language of the Quran, the language in which I first learned to pray, and in which my prayers still sometimes fall. Appropriate because the faith I have arrived at is not a replacement of that language, but an addition to it. Not a refusal of what came before, but a continuation of it by different means. And the different means require a different language. Not because English is better than Arabic. It is not, for most purposes, and is considerably worse for poetry, but because something new needs room to grow, and sometimes the room is in a different language. I have been thinking about translation throughout this year, as I think about translation throughout most years, because it is what I was trained for, and what I understand most deeply. And I have come to think that faith itself is a kind of translation, the work of finding, in the language of lived experience, the words for something that is real but not straightforwardly expressible, something that keeps running ahead of the words you put after it and requiring better ones. The mystics have always known this. The poets have always known this. The best theologians have always known this, that the thing itself exceeds the language available for it, and that the best the language can do is gesture accurately in the right direction. I have been trying, in this account, to gesture accurately. I have not always found the right words. I have found, I think, approximately the right direction. That will have to be enough. I want to thank my aunt, who is the reason this is written at all. I want to thank the community of St. Andrew's, who made the faith a daily and tangible thing and not only an interior one. I want to thank Peter, who waited. I want to thank Helen, who mentioned a study group once and never mentioned it again, and thereby changed everything. I want to thank my family, my father, who read, my mother, who keeps the door open, my brother, who called. I want to thank the stranger who left a book on a shelf.